Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Moon Harvest, Omashertha, Naughty Thumbnails, Mitch Kennedy, Original D Rose, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Unimento, M926, Endless Flat Earth Sage, Golden McKinnon, Retro Built, More Books, Fibre Oats, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Reese Pound, Dal West Watson, Maria Nealand, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Tina Baker, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Sounds awesome.
Good.
Could you repeat all that so I can approve of it?
En español. I'm saying Paul has kindly queued up a video that we were supposed to do yesterday, but instead we did a reaction, didn't we, to the TOKR, who we've later discussed and figured out that they're a conglomerate, or whatever you'd call them, a group rather than an individual. Not that it really matters. Discussed the credibility implications and all those sorts of things. That's what we did in yesterday's show. So we didn't end up doing the guy who sort of kind of hijacked Flattoberfest for a video about Flat Earth. So we were going to cover him yesterday. Now we're going to cover him today, but Tinfoil That Man's apparently coming. But I've got all of his stuff queued up so that I can present it in a nice way. Pixel perfect as far as I can get it at 2K from a 4K source. So it'll be blown up nice and big, but that just means that there's lots of stress on the computer. I'm hoping this is the first week ever in 14 months that the computer will do a full week without crashing. And so far, so good. It's Thursday. It's Thursday, isn't it? I hope so. So if it can do this...
You're not supposed to save the day.
Well, if it can do this, it can do anything. If it can present this with all the windows overlapping, which was one of the things that my old computer couldn't do. So if I was in this situation where on one of the monitors I had lots of windows all overlapping, the computer couldn't cope with that. Like literally, it could not do it. Like it wouldn't crash, but it would slow down to the point where you couldn't use it. And you're like, oh God, has it broken? And you're like, no, it just can't keep up with all these windows overlapping. The graphics card didn't like it. Now this is doing it no problem now, but you know, it's a good test in a way.
You're worried. I am
worried. You're right. I just want to get to Friday and then do a backup. You know, I've got a little, like a USB-C thing that Craig created for me with one of the old busted drives. So that's got to be reformatted and then used as just a backup of the C drive, the main drive. Because if anything is going to fail, it's going to be that. In my experience with computers, whenever you lose the drive, it's the main one that with all the operating system on it. So for that reason, when he's set this computer up this time around with a fresh install, he set it up such that when I download stuff, I either relabel it to put it on another drive, and for the most part, the operating system drive's only got that on. Now, bought a really expensive, nice big one, so it'll hopefully have some longevity, like the last really big expensive one I bought 5 years ago. But for now, it's at the point where it's like, well, this is like having a brand new computer for 2 or 3 weeks. You've ironed out all the creases. Literally, that's where I'm at. It's a couple of weeks. Well, everything's fresh installed. There's a couple of bits of new hardware. And now is the time to back it all up. It works. Notwithstanding the fact that it might not work today or tomorrow, in which case I don't want to back it up. But you say I'm worried. I am, otherwise I wouldn't be talking about it. But on the other hand, I am confident. He says. Total lie.
I said yesterday was my fault that we didn't do the video.
Well, I was going to blame you anyway. I hadn't really given it much thought. But yeah, we'll definitely blame you if you like, Neil.
I thought it was easy.
I brought up the tire thing, and then it got into the whole thing again of when to use the argument. But you're going to need a flat Earth for that. And I must say, I'm still lost.
Well,
Totally.
then we'll discuss that. The way the conversation goes in this on this platform, let's call it, right, for my show, let's be honest, but is dictated by the panel. That'd be you, or for the majority of yesterday's shows, totally dictated by Discord. The guy on Discord, Johnny or whatever, well, he wanted to babble on about ether, so that's what was babbled on about. Well, you know, had we, for the after show, for the sake of argument, got Brian going, well, I wanted to cover this video, it wouldn't have made any difference. We'd have still been covering that Johnny guy's desire to cover ether and con people with it. That would have been the way the conversation went. Now, if today the conversation goes the way of Tinfoil Hat Man's presentation, I'm confident I've got it queued up in such a way that it will look good. Okay, that's point one. If it goes the way of, you're going to need a flat earth for that, because John dropped and I did my damnedest, I don't know if you listened back, John, to defend my position, but it reached a mathematical point beyond my competence, let's just put it that way. Again, I was quite bold in saying that, I think, at the time, you know. But anyway, that might be, before you jump in, that might be the way the conversation goes. If so, that's what we will discuss. I would be most keen to do that. But I've already been called out as being selfish and favouritising John in this regard by Brian. But that's another point, we won't get into that. Thirdly, we've got a video that's now 2 days in the queue from Paul, who has already made a thumbnail for it twice. So I'm keen to do that because he's put work into it. So that's another thing that I'd, you know, I've queued the show up to be that, to be honest. That's what I've used his thumbnail already and put the title of the video. So at some stage, I do want to, even if it's brief, get into that video. Maybe we'll continue tomorrow. I doubt it's going to be very complex. I've had to listen to the first 25 seconds. You know what I mean? So it's not going to be a difficult one to cover. They're not going to stump us. You know what I mean? But that's just so you all know which direction the show might go in. However, there's a fourth. It might go any way. Some guy joins, some girl joins. They want to talk about X. We'll end up talking about that. There's a good chance. You know, depends.
Yeah.
So, but I'm prepared.
Well, one of the things that happened yesterday, I was trying to correct, was they confused a plane of reference with a tangent plane.
I tried to get it back onto the axis constantly, but they browbeat me down. And when I'm second guessing myself in my mathematical legitimacy in my claim, then I backed off and eventually sort of alluded to that by saying, oh, well, Adam's got to be right, he's a mathematician. That's my way of saying I'm too dumb to really carry on this conversation. And no matter what I do, even if I think I'm right, I'm getting browbeaten into being told I'm wrong with an air of confidence from Adam. I'm not suggesting he's conning me. I do know he knows better mathematically, but my insistence was getting me nowhere in something I thought
Hold
I
on,
was.
Nate.
Go on,
Hold on.
Neil.
I thought, as I'm listening to you, it's always going back to you're going to need a flat Earth anyway. So I don't know. I think you were fine.
No,
because it always came back to it.
You're missing the nuance of what's been attempted. There's a point you'll notice, Neil, where Brian will suddenly pipe up like he'd been saying it all along, because it's the point where he's satisfied that it's the right moment for that conversation to join in. So by contrast, if Brian was I'm just going to see it through his eyes in this regard, right? If it's him constantly saying you're going to need to remove all the air from a vacuum chamber in order to have the weight which you would assert would go down when you remove it actually go up in reality, debunk it. If he was always forcing every conversation to go into that discussion or that argument, then eventually someone's going to say, not everything is about removing air from a vacuum chamber, Brian. Now, my angle is one where I want to quite literally do that. I want to quite figuratively and literally connect their necessity for a flat plane to each and every argument they make. So there's a gaping void between those two things. And what Brian and Adam are trying to do is nuance the argument into a way that they're satisfied that it's in its right place. Now, there's got to be those two extremes to fight its way to its right place. The problem when it comes to some of the mathematical concepts that I'm detailing in terms of being perpendicular to the axis, therefore always requiring a flat plane as I understand it. I'm being told no, right? Now, at that point,
Yeah, because they don't understand. And you got a mathematician that don't understand that.
I'm not a mathematician, and I'm second guessing myself because I'm being browbeaten into no, that's not the case. Now, after about the fifth do-si-do with I'm confident that is the case, and the mathematician's telling me no, then at some point I've got to concede the floor to Adam just through my own ignorance or lack of confidence in this argument. But if Adam's exposing that in me, that's good for my audience. They're like, oh, on shaky ground are you here, Nathan? Well, strictly speaking, yeah, but only through very fine nuancing of an argument that very easily could be got away with in the format that it hasn't been nuanced. I can link needing a flat plane to anything they make. Now, further to that is the idea that we would get it in before they even actually refer to it. So at the end of the discussion, the conclusion was drawn that if they're inferring a sphere Earth merely through belief, not through reification, or more importantly, practical measurement, then it's unreasonable to demand that they need a flat plane for anything because they haven't mathematicized it into reality through a measurement in reality that would require a flat plane. So I understood their objection towards the end of the discussion, and where I thought I'm on shaky ground for not understanding the maths of it, I still don't think I am, but I was still shut down in that moment. So that needs to be nuanced or needs to be understood by me. So where I think, why am I fighting this like I'm on shaky ground and being shut down? Yet it isn't the overall problem in terms of whether or not they've put into practical application through practical measurement of a physical plane that they will have to do, versus just, well, I just believe I'm on a sphere. You're like, okay, this seems like a void that I don't have to worry about, but it seems like a massive concern to Brian and Adam. Again, I need to understand why, hence it probably will and is currently being discussed.
Right. But see, the thing is, it is mathematicized the moment you say spin. That's where you need a plane of reference. It's just that simple. The word spin invokes that within its own description. You have an axis of spin, and then you have a reference to any orbit, anything like that. It needs it. You can see it in anything ever. Gyros, their models, everything.
Yeah, but you could have a spin in a vertical, can't you? Am I missing something?
Yeah, you can, but it's with
The
reference.
spin and the
Go on, John.
Your plane of reference would be the vertical then, right?
Yeah.
So you're talking about turning something in your hand sideways, an object in your hand sideways, and your plane of reference is 90 degrees to the axis of
Yeah, that's
rotation.
what I'm saying. That's what I mean. It's still it's still the surface to me.
You're thinking from the outside of it, aren't you?
I think so.
Yeah,
Trying
they
to
are.
understand it.
That's where I couldn't get.
Yeah.
I couldn't force them to recognise that as soon as you put a line through the circle, or a line through the sphere, as Adam did, it's like when I described this through my just pure fiat belief that I am on a sphere, and I describe its rotation. I've just got a sphere with a line through it. There's no plane of reference. It's just the axis itself. And I'm at the end of the discussion. I'm like, okay, well, with no explanation beyond that, just literally that, it's not a globe anymore. And it's like, no, I can just have that as a belief. I'm not taking any measurements or referring to anything, so I'm not actually in need of a flat plane of reference when I just described the axis. My response, yeah, you do, because the axis is perpendicular to the plane of reference. No, it isn't. I don't need that, was the response I got.
To detail spin, you don't need an axis now. A mathematician has just detailed that.
No, he's
to you.
just got the axis.
Right.
But he's not got an axis perpendicular to a plane or perpendicular to anything. He's just got the line. That's how he described it to me.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm lost.
I'm doubting his acumen now. Or that's why I said I got to either doubt his acumen or I have to doubt his honesty. It has to be one of the two.
Yeah,
I know
I
Adam's
think
not
that's where you're
bad.
going. I think that's where you're going off base with that, and that's where friction comes in. I don't think he's being dishonest. I just think we're missing each
Okay,
other.
right. Something is spinning. The plane of reference is always 90 degrees to the axis of rotation. How do you not need a plane? Now, if you're a mathematician and you're listening, go ahead and tell me how you don't need the plane of reference to describe the rotation in with respect to. Call any math.
Maybe you need an illustration. Put it on the screen.
Well, you don't really need to put it on screen. Just think about it. Are you describing a wobble or a spin? And the wobble will always be described with respect to the axis and the way that the spin is changing.
Thing you do, we're standing on a surface. It's always going to be referenced back to Earth.
It's not about the surface of the object in this point. It's about the plane of reference. Like, why? I don't know why they're trying to jump to the outside and invoke a tangent plane. You see what I'm saying? It seems nonsensical. And a tangent plane's an oxymoron anyway.
I think people want not liking it.
Right. Say I go to my doctor, right? Him what amoxicillin is, and he tells me it's cough medicine. Amoxicillin's cough medicine. And I look it up and see that it's an antibiotic. And I question him on it, and he just continues to say it's cough medicine. Would you get frustrated with that?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, that's why I said what I said.
Yeah, I don't think this is over by any stretch of the imagination. This has still got a way to go.
Hello, tinfoil hat man.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, your camera's on. Did you know
Hello,
you can-
quickest to G plus man I've ever met.
Did you intend to be on camera?
Yeah, look at me.
Okay, fair enough. What I've done is I've downloaded all of your files from your Google Drive, and I've got them.
You can hear me all right, yeah?
Yeah, we hear you fine. And I've got them queued up so that I can put them into full screen mode and capture them at 4K. And then what I've done is I've then zoomed a particular scene in OBS so that I crop your circular presentation that's in like a horizontal 16:9. Vertical 16:9. Well, those are now cropped by me by way of capture, but the image itself is blown up to 4K. I know you're quite keen to get it in as higher quality. This will be, as far as I can ascertain, the highest quality I can reproduce it for an audience on YouTube.
Cool. Are you going to go through the pictures that I uploaded to Master B, because they're not I've numbered them, but then they don't number. in like Master B, so you can't see like the number. So if I'm referring to a certain picture, so do you want? Shall I just load the pictures up here with screen sharing or what? What do you want to do?
I can just bring them up as you want them. Same as last time. I've got them all lined up and I'm looking at them now. So as you say, is it this? Your order that they've come through on Skype for you should be at least vaguely similar from past experience to the order that I get it.
Right. Okay. Cool. Let me just see about the screen sharing.
You don't need to screen share it. I will.
Yeah, but there's what about videos and stuff? I've got a couple of videos that I've not uploaded to Master B because I can't.
Are they the ones that you sent me? Because I've got 4 videos lined up. Are they the ones you've sent me on the Google Drive?
On Google Drive, obviously you've got the panoramic video and then the 3. So we're now the last video I uploaded. That's the one that we're doing today, and that starts from about halfway in the 35-minute entire video. So we're starting about halfway, picking up where we left off last week.
What's the title? Is it?
But I've got a couple of other videos.
But what's the title of that video? Just before you go on, what's the title? Before you go on, what's the title of the video? Because that's the one I need to be fussed about presenting and need to get queued up now. So is it?
Black Noir Lighthouse.
So it's 4K 30 FPS video, Black Noir Lighthouse from Gold's Cliff.
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
But I think just in a brief introduction, I'm going to need to screen share because there's a video that you haven't, a couple of videos that you haven't got.
Okay.
If that's okay?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to screen share as well, that's fine. But just whatever it is that I'm going to be, or whatever you would want in the highest quality, I need to have queued up in advance, which I've now done. And you say we're about halfway through this 10-minute video. Okay.
We're halfway through the 35-minute video because the idea, Nathan, is to do 2 more presentations. This is about 10 minutes worth of video. And then next week, do the final 10 minutes. And once we've done that, then I'll upload to Rumble the entire 35-minute video that this is from, that I've broken down into chunks. Does that make sense?
But the one I've got queued up is the 10-minute one, right?
Yeah, the Black Noir Lighthouse, yeah? That's the main event video for today, yeah.
Yeah, and when you said we're halfway through the video, what you meant was we're halfway through the unedited 30-minute video you originally took,
Yes,
but we're starting...
Yeah, the entire... Because all of this...
You're just going to let me finish my sentence. But we are starting at the beginning of this 10-minute video, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
The whole thing is 35 minutes. It's all one continuous footage shot on that same day, same location, same video. It's just that I've broken it down into sections, that's all.
What about the cults? When we're going to do the cults?
Yeah, we're all keen for that. There's lots
so
of
this week, this video. Next week, finishing off Bristol Channel. And then hopefully 2 presentations after that. That's the hope, to do the cult thing. If that's okay.
I had a friend at school that was a Jehovah's Witness, and although I didn't see this because I didn't actually live in the town he did, people would explain that he'd be out cleaning the car on Christmas Day. Like, he was obviously in high school, he was a teenager, but obviously you don't celebrate Christmas if you're a Jehovah's Witness. So he was cleaning the car, and that was just slightly alien to everyone around him.
Not only that, you can't go to the doctor. This is one kid, a guy told me he went to his nephew and they were Jehovah's Witness, and the kid was like almost paralyzed, and he just grabbed him. He said, "I'm bringing him to the doctor." And the father was like, "No, we don't believe in doctors." And he said, "I don't give a shit." And he brought him in, and the kid had spinal meningitis. He would have died.
Wow.
Jehovah's Witnesses get bullied at school. And there's a lot of surrounding blood transfusions. There's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the interesting thing is that's just like your religion against a larger religion. And like people try to be more accepting now, but people are still just people. So when someone's different, they're always singled out,
Yeah, well, Jehovah's Witnesses get involved medically with their members, and has anybody noticed a similar theme?
Correct.
You know what I mean?
That's what happened with that kid. The mother called. The mother called her brother-in-law, right? And she said, "Listen, my husband won't use a doctor, but there's something wrong with my son." And when he came over, he could see the kid was like laying all limp and like spazzing out. How do you leave your son like that? So the guy just grabbed the kid. He said, "I don't care. I'm bringing him to the doctor," and he would have died. And he said the kid always looked at him as he got older and older, as if to say thank you. But they stood in it. They stood in that cult.
Yeah. Obviously, I know lots of people that are, well, not lots, but I know people that are still in it.
Funny enough, they'll make you get your mental health checked out on certain jobs if you say you're a flat earther.
Yeah, that's true. Especially if you're a pilot.
We're the crazy ones, right?
Yeah, yeah. And, mental health is still your health. So, is that a cult behavior to get involved in your medical?
Yeah, that was the parallel that he originally was drawing. It's just Neil didn't pick up on it.
Well, like I said, like I told you, it's the same thing. Is the little, like you said, refracted is the little cult and the big cult.
Indeed.
That's all it is.
Neil picked up on everything.
What was the parallel that Tinfoil Hat Man was drawing with getting involved with the medical condition of members of the, let's say, Scientology, Jehovah's Witness cult? What was the parallel he was drawing then, Neil?
Well, what? With Jehovah's Witness?
Yeah.
And the Scientologists?
No. Damn, nothing gets by you, huh? That was my bad for saying Scientology.
I thought you were talking about John. I don't know. I totally missed.
Because I know you didn't get the parallel. I don't worry. I don't fear the censor because I don't fear that you'll blurt out the parallel he was so subtle to make. But it was a subtle parallel that I picked up on that he didn't need to be overt about, and I thank him for it. Thanks, Tinfoil. I don't have to tick any boxes because you were subtle.
Understood, yeah.
Oh, I know what you're talking about now. Yeah.
Good. Now that was my subtlety for you, Neil. Let's keep it under wraps.
I got it. Sorry.
Nathan, can you see this? Am I screen sharing okay? Can you see this?
And I'll pin it, make it bigger for the audience.
Because, like I said, just again, a little brief introduction, and then I keep hearing people refer to my truth seeker as a camera. So there's a bit of a video just to demonstrate that it's not a camera.
Yeah, it is. It's a camera because it does what cameras do.
How dare you?
When you open, what app is it you open on the phone?
Sorry, could you just repeat that?
You know, when you use it's a telescope with an iPhone attached. I've done this, by the way. I don't know if you realise that.
Yeah, no, you told me. Yeah, the very first presentation. Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, but what app do you open on the telephone?
Video. It's iPhone.
What's the app called?
It's just the video. It's just iPhone's video app.
It's got a name though, hasn't it? It's called Camera app.
Yeah, it's just called. Oh, yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I should be having words with
this one,
I
right?
should be having words with Apple about this.
I'm trying to make a more subtle point, Tinfoil Hat Man. Pick your battles is all I'm trying to say. Pick your battles. I'm just going to get my point out. Just got to yield a little bit.
Call it what you want.
Pick your battles.
It's beautiful. It's absolutely
I'm never going to get to
beautiful.
say it to you. You're not listening.
Sorry?
My point isn't whether or not it's a camera or a telescope or an iPhone. It's pick your battles. That's my point.
Yeah, no worries. I'm only kidding anyway. Call it what you want. I call it the truth seeker. And I'll tell you what, there's interesting stuff happening. I've just really been cementing infrared. And obviously that just removes the atmo. So
Have you been able to find the limitations of that thing yet? Like the angular limitation of that thing yet?
I can't honestly say, John, that in all the stuff that I've been doing, that's been of a concern to me, or something that I've thought, well, I need to research. What is this maximum limitation? Because when I keep taking it out, I'm just seeing things just incredible. You know what I mean? And it's never never crossed my mind to do this. So I don't know.
Yeah, because it's ironic that you should say that, because you've got two situations. One where you do have the limitation, in which case it's immediately claimed to be Earth curve and argued about in that regard, or you don't. And if you don't have any Earth curve limitations based on diffraction limits that could be calculable with the Rayleigh criterion and such like, based on your height of observation, surprisingly, there's quite a good calculator that does that already. Anyway, we won't get into that, right? But you don't have that limitation, so you're not concerned with it because it's not there. So there's nothing.
I'm happy.
There's nothing. There's nothing to call Earth curve in your representation. So you're not calculating out, for comparison's sake, where the limitation would mathematically lie to show it in a P900, because you don't have the limitation to show. So why would you be calculating it? But by contrast, the point of that is that it's not Earth curve to calculate for them either. It's not there for you to concern about where the limitation lies, but that limitation is what they call Earth curve.
Yeah, I'm happy to obviously do various observations, one of which is going high, which is why I was talking about climbing Penafan and going up 886 meters. But you see, I've seen videos with P900. I just saw one this morning.
Okay, I've got to stop you. Right. Okay, first things first. However, your screen sharing is bad, because what you're doing is you're now displaying the link to this Hangout to my audience. Okay? You can't do that. However, you're displaying your constant decay of the screen that you want to talk to us on, that cannot go on screen, because now you're showing the key to my career for somebody to just come in randomly with. Please don't share your whole screen. I know you're keen to get it presented nicely, and I'm keen to work with you, but that can't be on screen ever.
Okay, let me just shove it onto another screen then. Hang on.
Okay, but it's on screen.
Is it off now?
Yeah.
Okay, I've shoved it onto another screen.
Fortunately, we're not live, so I'm not going to lose my temper, because it hasn't made out to an audience. And once this is finished recording, it matters not, because no one's going to get to see what's been on screen already. But if this was live, I'd have shut the stream down.
Okay.
Just so you know.
I've shoved it onto another screen now, so there should be no way that comes back onto the main screen. Okay.
You don't know what you don't know, but that's why we have a pre-show.
Yeah. But like I was saying about the P900, just this morning, I saw somebody from 450 meters elevation with a P900, seeing 85 miles to some windmills. So, I mean, obviously, that's good, and I do want to do high observations and stuff. But my main raison d'etre, if you will, has been on the deck, to the deck.
Hello, good afternoon.
Greetings.
What's going on?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
We have got a lot going on. Now, we've had some quiet times over the last couple of months, maybe even a year. Who knows? Time seems to meld itself into some crazy notion that I don't even understand anymore. But for a change, we've got a lot on the table. So I was going through this in the pre-show with a lot of the panel members, doing preemptive work for this live stream, because it's going to be glorious, in no doubt. We've got all sorts lined up. So we've got a dude who hijacked Flattoberfest, if I'm saying that correctly. I've never attended. We've got Tinfoil Hat Man with a presentation. We've got the notion of constant requirement for a flat plane to reference axes and axial rotation, which may continue as a debate between ourselves, to nuance our own highly refined arguments. We've got a lot in the panel. So everything's, I don't know, geared up, shall we say, for a fantastic show. We're not even going to do housekeeping. We've got so much on the table. We're going to get straight into a bit of Tinfoil Hatman's presentation, as he's been gearing himself up. So how you doing, Tinfoil, first of all? Say hello.
All right.
Good, thank you.
Excellent. Well, you may begin.
I just want to add, we got a little bit more than that again, that you're not aware of. Okay, thank you.
What was? Oh, what? No. This is the point to tell us. Don't just drop it in and tease us like that.
I got at least one reply from that girl.
That girl. Do you want to give her a full name?
Sorry, that didn't really go across well. The girl, the meteorologist girl.
The meteorologist. Does she have a name?
Oh, that takes precedence. That takes precedence.
Miss Takeor.
Sorry?
No,
Yeah,
I don't know her name.
TKOR. Yeah, Grace is her name. TKOR she works for.
Her first name's Grace.
meteor-
We had her second name because we were finding out about what she was in terms of her credentials for claiming she was a scientist. Meteorologist is a major. So her name's Grace what?
I'd have to look at her surname is a bit of a strange surname. I'd have to look at her email again. I can tell you the one.
No, fine. We don't know.
It's Grace Deering, I think.
Say again, Paul.
Deering is her surname.
You were rumpus the second time.
That's what Gehrig. I think it is.
Grace
Dirig.
Gehrig. Perfect. Grace Gehrig. Okay, so for those of you who haven't watched the last couple of shows, we were covering TKOR, which turns out to be the king of, what is it?
Random.
The king of random. So this isn't an individual that we're dealing with. It's actually a group that has recently been more commonly fronted by Grace Gehrig. Is that how you say her name? Anyway.
Dirig.
Gehrig.
Dirig.
Gehrig.
Dirig. Dirig.
Perfect. Gehrig. Grace Gehrig now fronts the King of Random, TKOR channel. So while it may have been presented in the shows, because I was totally cold to the channel, her and everything that I had presented before me when I pressed the play button, we assumed it was her as an individual. It's not. Now, in yesterday's after show, and it might have actually been a members-only live stream, either way, we were discussing how that might affect her credentials, because my postulation was that you could lean on the notion that, well, I'm reading off a script, this is done as a production, and yeah, okay, fine, that was wrong and this is wrong, but it was just a script. However, she's in the script leaning on her scientific credentials as a meteorologist as she explains weather, leaning on her major. Therefore, it wouldn't do her credibility any good to just respond with, well, no, as a group, this was produced for me as an individual to front. But, that would ruin her reputation. So there's no way she can respond. So in that respect, even though we didn't necessarily know that it's a group that we were dealing with, it doesn't actually change any of the responses because they are directed still to her as an individual. As a result, Brian has been nominated as the most handsome person here to get in touch with this very beautiful woman and say, hey, how's it going? Can I come out with me? No. He's got in touch with her to say you're wrong. And in the nicest possible way, Brian's going to tell you how. Go ahead, Brian. Alternatively, totally dead air works just as well. I mean, that works too.
Sorry, I'm on my phone and I'm trying to move messages, emails from. Look, I won't go into it.
You see, this is what happens, Tinfoil. This is what happens when you don't attend the pre-show. Brian was here,
What I'm going to do is I'll just read out the 3 emails. There's 2 from me and 1 from her, okay? So the audience just gets the whole lot. So I'll just read them out. The last 2 I posted as comments into Master B. You can have them up on screen if you want, Nathan.
Okay.
So I'm going to go straight to my emails now. So, right. So into... Okay, here we go. I'm fading back on someone there. Hello, Grace. I have recently been part of a panel that revised a TKOR video concerning flat Earth. And in that video, you made the claim that hurricanes are caused by Coriolis. Now, you also specified at the end of the video that you are a scientist. And when researched, it shows that you are a meteorologist. So my question to you is do you, as a meteorologist, actually make the claim that Coriolis causes hurricanes? Question mark. Could you please confirm for me if you do make this claim or if you don't make this claim? I will link the YouTube show that I was part of in a separate email for you to view if you so choose. Okay, and her reply to me was, I think you took my words and twisted them. She has in brackets, get BC Coriolis LOL, right?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Sorry, what was that last bit in brackets?
In yeah, get BC Coriolis LOL.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I don't know what she means by that. I think it could be a mistype for her. I don't know what she meant by that. I'll go on with the rest of her email though. She says, what was specified is that the rotation / deflection is caused by the Coriolis effect deflection, which is why they spin counterclockwise in the north hemisphere and clockwise in the southern hemisphere. It's not Coriolis that necessarily creates a hurricane. There's a whole recipe that goes into hurricanes, but the rotation / way it rotates or spins in the northern hemisphere is because of Coriolis. So I because that is wishy-washy. Right?
We'll break that down. That's got a whole bunch of stuff. That's great. Everyone stop. He's not finished. We'll break that down. That's epic. Epic. Brilliant stuff. Thank you. Let's carry on.
Okay, so my reply to her is this. Bit of a longer reply. Hey Grace, thank you for your reply. Okay, if you feel I have misrepresented your words, then that was not my intention, as I don't remember if you specified that you were only referring to a hurricane's spin direction after you said what you said. Either way, going off of your reply to me, I still require extra clarification. The reason is that the Coriolis effect refers to an apparent spin or deflection, as opposed to an actual spin or deflection. But when you say that the Coriolis effect is responsible for the spin directions of hurricanes, are you claiming an apparent spin or an actual spin to a hurricane? Question mark. The reason I ask this, Grace, is because within the heliocentric globe paradigm, the Coriolis effect is detailed only as an explanation as to why we see the stars rotate when it is the Earth that is claimed to rotate. You see, within that paradigm, the stars are claimed not actually rotate. It's claimed that we are rotating and the stars are stationary, but due to the Coriolis effect, we perceive them as rotating. But our perceived rotation is only an optical illusion, as that is what the Coriolis effect is, an optical illusion. So when you say that the Coriolis effect is responsible for the claimed spin directions of hurricanes, are you saying that hurricanes only appear to rotate, like it's claimed with the stars? If you're saying that hurricanes only appear to rotate, then that would be more in line with what the Coriolis effect actually is, as optical illusions cannot actually cause anything other than visual confusion. And if you were claiming only an apparent rotation to hurricanes, then that would lead to a very different critique from me. Could you please clear up this confusion and detail exactly whether you're claiming an actual or just apparent rotation to hurricanes? Thanks again, Brian.
Now, you already did.
I haven't heard from her.
It's because she already did clarify it. When I said that there was a lot to get our teeth into, she made it explicitly clear that the cause of the rotation was Coriolis. Exactly as we critiqued her in the video for misunderstanding. She has ascribed an actual force to an illusion, as you rightly pointed out. You asked her to re-clarify it as opposed to clarify it because she already had. You read back that middle response email from her, she explicitly states it.
Yes, but I want her to come back. See, she hasn't replied to me. I replied to her a bit late last night, and she didn't reply to me since. And she's several hours. I'm several hours ahead of her in time. So I may not get a reply of her if I'm going to get one until later today. See, I know that what she said in her email suggests that she's stating that the Coriolis effect causes an actual rotation / deflection. But I want her to specify it and be very specific about it, so there can be no grey areas.
Please, can you read that part again? Just because I don't think there is any grey area.
Okay, her email. Okay, 1 second then. I'll open it up again. Okay, Give me a moment. Okay. I think, hi Brian, I think you took my words and twisted them. What was specified is that the rotation slash deflection is caused by the Coriolis effect deflection, which is why they spin counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern hemisphere.
Okay, stop.
It's not...
Stop.
Say what?
Stop. That's it. She has clarified it explicitly. There is no grey area. She has ascribed a force which she has labelled as Coriolis to this spin direction. She is fundamentally idiotic. There is no other words.
Well, if she may come back and give me a definite, because I don't want, what I didn't want was for her to be able to jump around and go, well, what I meant was only an actual. I didn't put in the word actual. I don't want her to do that. I want her to come back. See, if she comes back and says, no, it only creates an apparent rotation to the hurricane, then I have her. If she says, no, it creates
obviously not doing that, though. So she's obviously only giving you Globiolis answers.
Stop a second, please.
Hang on.
Please, can you stop? Please, can you stop?
Please.
Just let me read out this one sentence. Deflection is caused by the Coriolis effect deflection, which is why they spin blah, blah, blah. Let me just repeat the first section. Deflection is caused by the Coriolis effect deflection, which is why they spin counterclockwise. Okay, that would be an unequivocal actual spin direction she has claimed in that sentence and ascribed a cause to it and labelled that cause as Coriolis effect. She is stupid.
Yeah, and a Globiolis addict.
Yeah, but the point I was trying to make there was that if she comes back and says, no, there's an actual rotation to hurricanes, then I have her.
You don't need her to say that.
No, hang on.
Last sentence, Nathan. Just read the last sentence.
But leave me finish what I'm saying. This is the second time I tried to say it. Right. If she comes back and says there's only an apparent rotation to hurricanes, I have her. Because nobody observes the rotation of hurricanes, the apparent or otherwise.
Adam, feel free. It's highlighted.
Yeah. So to me, she said it again in the last sentence. I understand what you're saying, and you want to get explicit clarity, but there's a clear demonstration in those two sentences that she doesn't understand what Coriolis is. Yeah, she's invoking a force. Look, but the rotation, stroke way, it rotates or spins in the northern hemisphere is because of Coriolis. The cause of Coriolis of the way in which the hurricane is spinning is Coriolis. It's causing it to spin. That's what she's saying to me. Not there is an apparent drift, yeah. She's saying the reason it spins, among other reasons, she says it's a recipe, but one of those reasons is Coriolis.
Yeah.
That it spins.
She's ascribing an illusion as a force, making her stupid, idiotic, supplying the public with misinformation, and now backing up her misapprehensions, doubling down on her own stupidity by stating to you quite explicitly, the way it rotates or spins in the northern hemisphere is because of Coriolis. No, love, the way anything has an ascribable spin direction cannot ever be ascribed to Coriolis, because Coriolis is an illusion. Now, maybe I didn't highlight this, and maybe you didn't watch our video where I really elongated the word apparent. And Brian's follow-up email makes it explicitly clear to you that what you are suggesting would imply, if you understood what Coriolis effect is, which you don't, that the wind, you ascribe the rotational force to a Coriolis effect. You'd think the clue would be in the name. It's an effect. Nevertheless, you've ascribed it as a force, and given that spin direction the causal influential value of Coriolis. No, love. If that were true, the wind would be travelling straight and only appear to rotate because you rotate underneath. For it to be called Coriolis accurately, you're just thick. This affirms how stupid you are when you ascribe actual spin directions to illusionary Coriolis effects. Okay, Bimbo, are you writing this down? Does this have to become a shorts video for you to understand that illusions don't cause spin? Thank you, Brian. That was absolutely wonderful. Nothing like putting a big-headed bimbo scientist. Nah, love, you're a pseudo-scientist pretender clown who can read scripts and then back up your misapprehensions by telling us that forces are actually illusions and vice versa. Utterly absurd, utterly idiotic, utterly stupid, total misinformation, highly promoted by YouTube. Where do we fit in this? Oh, we're thumped down to the bottom of the list, if on them at all. Because we're pointing out the Coriolis effect is a non-inertial turning reference frame with you on it, observing an item travelling straight through an inertial reference frame with the apparent deviation being ascribed to the words Coriolis effect. Apparent deviation is the appearance of a deflection. Appearance of deflection because it doesn't really deflect. But this bimbo has told you, Brian, and an audience of millions that winds can be ascribed to illusionary effects we see when we rotate beneath things. Utterly stupid. Why do we get suppressed? Why do we get censored? Why aren't I on the list? Right at the top. Point out where these clowns, who get all the promotion, are just providing misinformation. Making you all dumber. Making the audience more stupid. Is that what YouTube wants? A society of completely dumbed down thickos that think an illusion known as Coriolis forces winds to turn. Stupid bloody idiots. You're top of the list, Grace, of these thickos that we're talking about. You're our prime example of idiocy. Yeah? Well, you belittle Brian for saying he's twisted your words. No, we have not. You are thick. You haven't twisted anything. You're stupid and don't understand Coriolis. Yet you've got the gall to tell Brian he's twisted your words. How dare you, you insolent pretender clown pseudoscientist bimbo. How dare you accuse Brian of twisting anything? You've twisted an illusion into causing wind. With some authority of science, it's an utter outrage, love. You're worthy of every ounce of disdain I can muster. Now, some might call it an act. Yeah, dramatised at my comedic expense. Because people sometimes don't like this when we look down on you clowns. Because you tell Brian that he's twisting your words. Who do you think you are? You think you're the authority on Coriolis effect? You can't even read it correctly off Wiki. Non-inertial turning reference frame beneath an inertial reference frame with an item travelling straight, appearing to deviate. You haven't said those words once, love. I can say them live for an audience. Let's say how you get on without a script and a load of men behind you writing garbage for you to parrot under your bimbo guise of being a scientist. How dare you confront us, the flat earthers? We know far more about Coriolis than you do in this instance. You are not an authority on this. You're a glorified weather girl without a job on TV. So you've got with this crowd so you can put your pins in front of an audience to make them think you're right when you lie to them about how worthy your credentials are to be wrong about Coriolis. You, my love, disgust me. You used, as Adam pointed out on one of our after shows, merely for the sex sell. That's your place in this society, to titillate the audience. And that's all you had to offer, because nothing you said was correct. So all you had to offer was your titillation value, your looks, which will fade. Your knowledge, which is zero, will be forever documented as being wrong, as you tout yourself as an authority through the pseudo-science pretender clownism of calling yourself a scientist when you're not. You wouldn't know cause and effect reasoning if it slapped you in the face. I hope that's enough disdain for you, Brian, given that she told you were twisting her words when you weren't.
No, that I understand, because I was like, when I read that, I was like, twisting her words. I'm pretty sure she said that the Coriolis effect causes hurricanes.
No.
Now, I couldn't remember her exact words. Just 1 second. I couldn't remember her exact words, so I said, rather than going back and getting her exact words and giving her a timestamp and being anal about it, I just go past that point. Just say, well, that wasn't my intention, blah, blah, blah. I wouldn't destroy her for not being able to understand the Coriolis effect, but I would take a very hard line on her for attacking us and then try to use her education as some credentials. It's like, no, you have this completely wrong, and you've attacked us as if we wouldn't know what you're talking about when you're the one who doesn't understand. Go on, Adam. Sorry.
I just wanted to compliment you on your response to her letter. I've just read it again, and perfect. Instead of attacking her, you've calmly exemplified with the stars and asked her now to double down. Yeah, it's stick or twist time for her, isn't it? You've given her the examples, you've explained what Coriolis is. It's now whether she's going to be intellectually honest or not here. We're going to say, I can understand I can take an inference of what she claims it is from the first letter. It's quite clear. But I think you've given her the opportunity now. There's no wiggle room. Nicely constructed. And if she answers it honestly, it's going to be very telling.
Oh, I don't think we should take it easier on her. Brian's been very polite. Me, and you want to erase the refuser, I'm in no doubt, would call her out for being a liar because she's not a scientist. Yet she's leaning on that to bullshit people with incorrect information. So I would be very harsh. I'd ask her to validate her scientific credentials beyond her weather girl status that she's got from, a science degree? Okay. What science have you done? Let's have a look at how credible this claim of science is, and you know damn well where that'll go. It goes a lot worse for highly acclaimed PhDs when he pulls them apart, drags them around by their short hairs. Why should it be any different for her?
No, I understand. I understand your disdain, Nathan. Have no doubt. As Adam said with the email, what I'm trying to do. See, if she doesn't reply, it's telling. If she does reply, she has only one of two choices. It's either intellectual honesty and accept, hang on, there's something wrong here, or she has to double down on a heap of nonsense that I've just shown within my reply is wrong, even within her own wrong as exampled within her own paradigm by the stars. So we'll see what happens.
Well, we've covered this for half an hour now, so Tinfoil Hat Man's been in the wings patiently waiting, and I've got his video all queued up, ready to be blasted out in 4K or 2K for the audience. But yeah, so we'll draw a conclusion when we get a reply from Grace. Hopefully we will. Maybe she'll triple down, because she's already doubled down, Brian.
Yeah.
Okay.
One question, and it's for Tinfoil Hat Man. Is it now Refraction Thursday?
That doesn't mean anything to me. What?
You got a memory of a goldfish, but fair enough.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Refraction Wednesday.
That's I know, but you had to move it. So is it Refraction Thursday?
No, just treat it as a Wednesday. It's still Wednesday.
Fine. Refraction Wednesday is. I'm looking forward to this, dude. I'll shut up.
Right, I'll put Tinfoil Hats. I'll pin your True Seeker so the audience has got it for them when you're ready. Right, ready when you are.
Nice one for doing that, Brian. Thanks, Nathan. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone from here in the UK. As usual, the weather is rubbish here. Regardless, much love and respect to you all. Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, or alternatively, Flat Earth University, where learning facts about the nature of our reality is de facto. I'm Tinfoil Hat Man. Let me show you. Oh, my moustache is coming off. Can you see me?
Yeah, we see you.
Okay.
Not in G+, we don't.
Yeah, he is on his screen. He's on. Look.
Maya.
You look like an Oompa Loompa on acid.
Yeah.
But
Maya.
there's nothing.
Maya. 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 Maya.
Okay, well, not two tone perfect. We'll get a copyright
Okay.
strike.
Is it? You want more of this, or you? Should we end this nonsense?
Yeah.
Can I just say that I'm not seeing Tinfoil's video.
I wouldn't worry.
You want more of that? No.
No, we're all good. Right, I've got your truth seeker back up.
Okay. Let me just. Right. Okay. Let's switch that off. Right. I keep hearing people continuing to refer to my truth seeker telescope as a camera. This very much upsets me. So, for the avoidance of doubt, and in order to clear up this matter once and for all, allow Nathan to show you the difference. Nathan, do you wanna play that?
Play what? What do you mean, play what?
Oh, I need to play it, don't I? You don't have this, do you?
Yeah, we can see it, though. You're having a look
Yeah, you see
around.
it? Okay, so on the right-hand side is the True Seeker. Notice I don't know what you can see, but the scratches on it, that's from decking it everywhere. And this is a P900. That's my battery banks. That holds a lot of power banks down there. And this is a P900, side by side with the True Seeker. This is a camera. Yeah, that's got my 4 20,000 mAh power banks in it.
Strictly speaking, it's a compact camera.
Yeah, it's a camera. It's not a telescope, Nathan.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it's not a fully fledged camera. It's a compact camera. It's a P900 and a P1000. They're classed as compact cameras. Believe it or not.
Yeah, they don't even have full sensors, do they? Yeah.
Right, exactly.
So basically, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to quickly show you through the camera. I don't know how well you can see, obviously, because we're online compression through Google Meet and then through YouTube live streaming. So what you're going to be seeing is going to be a poor representation of what I'm seeing. But hopefully it will just give you some idea. This is a P900 zooming into a church a couple of miles away. I'm not going to tell you exactly. I don't want to dox myself. But basically, that's the P900 zooming into a church clock tower. So, like I said, I don't know what image quality you're getting. Hopefully, it's at least just reasonable. And then what I can actually do is I can just control the mount now with an iPhone. So I can just make minute adjustments. But basically, that is a P900 at full zoom, looking at a clock tower a couple of miles away, effectively.
You sure it's a clock? That looks like a slightly looming non-standard refraction hyena holographic projection of a clock from behind the reified geometric sphere edge horizon we formerly knew as Earth curve that's derived from the differential between eye level and surface level. You sure it's a clock?
Well, it's that. Yeah, it could be that.
Like a mirage to me.
Yeah, it could be that. Either that or it's a clock. So anyway, that's the P900. Okay. So what I'll do is, because this setup does not allow me to look, this scope now is looking through the window. I've got this window open here for the P900. So I can't actually, focus properly because this is actually now just shooting through the window. So I actually have to just physically move the whole thing to the side. So if I just put the other video on, just let me load the other video on. But basically, it's all controllable, and you get very smooth action now. Plus, I can change the minuteness of the control, so I can have really, really fine control, so you can hardly see the thing moving, or you can have like full control, which is what you're seeing now.
Pretty smooth, isn't it? It's pretty smooth.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you put it down to like the most minute setting, you're moving it, but you will not actually physically see the whole thing moving. It's just moving it in such fine increments. I
don't doubt it. When any time I've gone near a telescope, anyone who gets near it, you start yelling at them. Don't breathe on the thing. Just keep away from it. Don't touch it.
Yes. How dare you? If you touch it, how dare you? You must seek permission first. So anyway, yeah, I'm just showing you the whole kind of setup, but mainly for the P900. So we've just seen what the P900 does, full zoom into that clock tower a couple of miles away. So now I'll show you this one. Okay, so I've actually had to physically, if you see, just shift the whole tripod this way so I can actually go out of the open window section. But now we're going to see the Truth Seeker. Turn this volume down. Okay, so that's the camera for the viewfinder, the guide finder. So that'll just take a 4K 30 FPS recording of that. Now we're at 677 times magnification.
We're looking at one of the hands.
Yeah. But the thing is, right, what you've got to bear in mind is you see how it's wobbling about?
Yeah.
That is literally our floorboards, yeah? I am there, stood there, not breathing, but you try it. It's impossible to stay absolutely motionless. And that vibration is going through the floorboards because I've actually got anti-vibration pads for the tripod legs, but it won't make any difference.
No, this reminds me of how they presented the moon landing. So this is let's just call it a video camera that's filming an iPhone, that's filming a viewfinder, that's filming through a telescope, that's taking the image through a phone.
Yeah. But the thing is, what you'll notice is it's the Atmos. So the Atmos is always going when it goes out of when it's blurry. That's the Atmos. It's not. This is perfectly focused on those hands. You see?
Oh, I can tell.
These dots,
absolutely.
right? So what's actually happening is it's the air turbulence, right?
Yeah.
That's not the best one. Let me just show you briefly this one.
That list got longer, didn't it? So on top of that list, it's then going through your screen, my screen, through Hangouts, screen captured, OBS, YouTube. The list is endless for this. What you're seeing to see this clock has gone through about 20 generations to get to your eyeballs if you're watching this live now.
I don't know what you're seeing, Nathan, but I know for a fact that it's not a true representation, anything like what I'm seeing, right? But this one just gives you a better example, right? Just watch. As you're watching this screen, this is the scope now at 677 times magnification. So for contrast, the P900 was 84 times when we were looking at that clock. So we're now at 677 times, right? And when the Atmos just allows you, it comes bang sharp into view. It's like much better quality than what you actually see at with the P900. So just watch. Again, I don't know what you'll see, but do you see how it just starts? It's the Atmos. As soon as the Atmos allows you, it's bang. It goes pin sharp.
Yeah, that's like looking at my watch.
So I don't know what you're seeing, but hopefully it's pretty good. You see?
Yeah.
So
yeah, no,
actually,
we get the drift. We got the drift a while back, but no, it's good to labour it.
Yeah. I'll leave it there. But what I would say is that at maximum zoom, 2,709, which is effectively 4 times that, what you see now, you go into the dot on the clock face. Yeah?
Nuts.
That's what you see.
I love it.
All righty then. Okay, so can everyone stop calling it a camera? Please? Okay, right. With all that said, Nathan, let's get into the main event then, shall we? Do you have the panoramic video? We can just quickly play that and then we'll get into the main video. We'll just play the main video.
Well, what I've got queued up is the one we discussed in the pre-show, Blacknor Lighthouse.
Yeah, do you have the panoramic video? Or do you want me to? I'll just do it.
Are you now saying let's not do the one we've queued up and got ready to go? Let's get another different video.
You keep that one. You keep that one. I'll just play this one. So I'll just show you where we're.
Okay, so you're going to play. You've got to clarify what you're going to do. So you're going to now put a video. Stop. Just stop.
Oh.
You've got to understand. I'm the one producing the show, right?
Oh,
okay,
sorry.
so you're putting it up on screen. No worries.
Sorry, mate. I just.
Go ahead.
Have you? Am I playing this one, or are you playing this one?
You are now playing it. I just need to know that you're doing that so I can present it. You are now presented.
Right. Sorry, Nathan. My fault. Okay. I'm just going to briefly show you our location, which people have seen before, but we're basically we're concentrating on this area now. Hopefully, you can see my mouse. So we're basically going to look across here, and we're looking at probably distances of like 6 miles, that type of thing. So we're gonna look in and zoom in on there. So basically, I just wanted to show you that. So if you want to queue up and play the main event video, Nathan.
Yeah. So just keep narrating. Assume it's up. It'll take me a second or two.
Okay. Let me just. Only problem is I can't see, but anyway, I've got timestamps and stuff. But
if you can go to the live stream in a second, it will be presented to the audience.
Oh, okay. All right, no problem. Yeah, so like I was telling you before, that telescope is powerful. I don't know what the actual, the main sort of optical distance that it's achievable with it, but I just know that it's just astonishing. Anyway. So once we can just play that main event video, Nathan, I've just got some timestamps and there's some pictures in Master B. So if we can just go through some of them or all of them or whatever you want to do.
Okay, well, I've got it started. So if you want to tell me what timestamps you want.
Okay, first timestamp is, well, initially straight away, about 17, 19 seconds, because I can't see the video playing.
Yeah, I can pause that just after it rotates. Yeah.
Yeah, well, just timestamps around 17, 19 seconds is just interesting because there's a guy walking his dogs, looking background at the top. I just love those little details. You know what I mean? Just around the 17-second mark, you'll see a guy walking a couple of dogs. Do you know what I mean? Hopefully,
yes.
you can see this. Okay, so if you just keep playing until the first main timestamp is 42 seconds, Nathan, around there.
Okay, we're at 30 seconds, so I'll narrate. Hopefully the quality looks good. So I've gone to some effort to try and make this look as good as possible. Obviously, it's not my footage, but I mean in terms of the way it's presented to you in the audience. Did you say 42 seconds?
Yeah, around 42, yeah.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, so what I've done, Nathan, is if you go to Master B, so picks 1 and 2, so pick 1 is a screenshot now of what we've just stopped there at 42 seconds.
Okay, well, it'll be better quality if I just leave it as is, so I'll do that. Okay,
but the point is that picture 2 will show you a Google Earth screenshot, and it's 5.69 miles. So I don't know if you can load up pic 2. And that's showing you the distance, just short of 6 miles, 6 centimeters elevation to the ramp.
Nathan, would you like me to do the pictures for you? Is that easier than you, if I just share them in G+, and then you can access them from G+?
Or I could load the pictures up here. It's up to you.
So otherwise, Nathan's got to flick between.
I'll be there in a second, don't worry.
Oh, it's there if you want it.
Okay, so you want the Google Earth image. Okay, we've got that up now.
Pick number 2 should be Google Earth looking at that ramp. So basically what you're looking at is Portishead Yacht and Sailing Club. There should be a building on the right-hand side. Again, I can't see what you're seeing, but you should see that. Then there's an old tidal fill pool to the left of the image. And then there's a ramp, obviously the yacht sailing ramp that goes down. And actually, there's a signpost. Again, I don't know what your clarity is and what you're seeing, but on the deck, there's a signpost, at the bottom of the ramp. But basically, the point is that that's 6 miles looking at 1 meter observer height to the deck, and you're looking at a signpost at the bottom of the ramp. Hopefully, okay, you can kind of see what
transition. Hold on a second. I've just got to make it big and gather my full screen and then put it back up on. Okay, right. So now we're looking at that same building that we were looking in Google Earth. And this, when you say there's a sign, are we talking right in the center of the frame?
In the video, yeah.
Yeah, in the video.
In the bottom of where the ramp is. You know, there's like it's a ramp going down from the Portishead Yacht Sailing Club. And obviously they launch boats down there, and then there's a sign at the bottom. But I don't know how well you can see it. But
I think
anyway.
I can see it.
Yeah, so 1 meter observer height, 6 mile away, you're just doing deck to deck, aren't you?
Yeah. Cool. Shall I play
Seen any Earth curve, anyone?
No.
Well, the thing is, that's the point, though, isn't it? If it was a globe, according to the heliocentric model, we absolutely would not be seeing this. It's impossible. Okay.
What's your next? I'm at 47 seconds. So what's your next timestamp?
Okay, so if you next timestamp is 119. So 119 is one of my favorites. It's actually Black Knoll Lighthouse. And I love that little guy. If you get him stopped right around 117, well, from 117 to 1 minute 40, Nathan, I zoom in. So what you're seeing is 84 times magnification now. And then when I zoom in, you'll be seeing 169 times magnification. So around 1 minute 19 to 1 minute 40.
That's now.
Okay, so you'll see Black Knoll Lighthouse. I love that little guy. He looks like a little... He's one of the reasons why I call myself tinfoil hat man. He's got like some little goggles on. And like, he's got the balcony that goes round. It just looks, it doesn't look like a balcony. It looks like he's surrendering or something. And his little legs, look at his little thin, spindly legs. So hopefully you're seeing that. And around 140, I'll zoom in on him.
Yeah, it's just zoomed back out now.
Yeah, so next timestamp will be 1 minute 50.
Okay, that's now.
So what you should see is Black Knoll Lighthouse on the left-hand side, and then another ramp coming down to the seabed. You see this?
I'm just queuing it up to 1 minute 50 exactly. So we've got the lighthouse, and
then you should see a ramp to the sea, another ramp to the seabed. You seeing this?
Yeah, just gone past that. Did you want me to pause on that ramp?
Well, we can do, but the point, it's up to you. But the point is again, I've put into Master B the Google Earth data for that. So what you'll find is that ramp is 5.5 miles, 5.44 miles, and again, to the bottom of that ramp, it's 0 meters elevation, 6 centimeters on Master B. But I think you're going to struggle finding what is pick 9 on Master B, to be honest with you, Nathan.
Okay, well, I'll do my best. What's the timestamp for it?
The video timestamp of what I'm talking about is 1 minute 50.
Yeah, I've got the ramp on screen now.
But the Master B picture for Google Earth 3D show you the distance to that ramp on the right-hand side.
Yeah, no, it's just say, can you bring up a picture in Master B? That's it, and I'll do that.
Yeah, but I can't see what pictures you bring.
Don't worry about that. Okay.
On screen now.
Give me a second, Adam.
Yeah, that's it. That's it, Adam, yeah. So you see, it's if you look in the top right, it's 5.5 miles.
Wait for my cue, please.
Sorry?
Yeah, got it up now, Adam. Thank you for having it up. Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
Thanks, Adam, yeah. Did you see it's 5.5 miles? Just before, like that track, obviously Google Earth, it's texturing that ramp. That ramp's a little bit funny, but the point is it's 5.5 miles, and you see at the bottom right, 6 centimeters. So when you look back at that video footage that you've paused at 150, you'll see we're looking right at we're resolving everything from the foreground right the way up. You see?
Yes, they do now.
Do you see what I'm talking about? There's several of these ramps that are obviously boat launch areas, you know, and they're going down to the seabed, and we're resolving them. and more in front of them. All the foreground stuff running up to them. Do you see that?
Yes. Right, shall I play it through? What's the next timestamp?
Yeah, sure. Next timestamp, Nathan, is 3 minutes and 6. And so if you want to just chat for a minute, because I can't see you playing the video, so but if you want to chat about anything, anybody wants to comment on anything, but 3 minutes and 6, Nathan, is your next timestamp.
Okay, so we've got a solid minute that we can chat while we're looking at these.
Yeah. If anybody wants to comment or
It's a
anything.
glorious building. What's that with all the scaffolding on it?
Don't know, because I can't see what you're seeing, but if
It's the biggest building you can see.
oh yeah, the big building, yeah, that's it's a big, massive. Anybody who wants to check all this out, if you just check Google Earth or Google Maps, I think it's like a big like hospital care homey type thing. Is it the one with the clock tower in the middle?
Yeah, with scaffolding up it.
Yeah. Just check it all out, honestly, for yourself, because obviously there's only so much we can do in a brief live show, isn't there? But anybody who's interested, you can just determine exactly what all this stuff is, you know. But yeah, we're looking for 3 minutes and 6, Nathan. What are we on?
3 minutes and 2. Right with that.
So you should see another ramp going down to the seabed.
Yeah, we do. I'll just show because obviously I've zoomed in a bit, so I'm just going to, for the audience's benefit, I'm moving up and down the image that I'm capturing on my screen, just so I can do this, so that it's nice and big. So that's obviously slightly higher up, maybe 50 feet up the cliff, and then this is the ramp he's talking about on the right hand side. And okay, yep.
Yeah, no worries. And again, it's just that's ramp to the seabed number 2. And again, if in Master B, there's a Google Earth 3D picture for it. It's 5.5 miles, 0 meter elevation. You see what I mean? So we're just panning along, and we're just seeing these various boat ramps that come down directly to the seabed. 1 meter observer height, deck to deck. Well, heliocentric model tells you that 2.5, 3 meters shouldn't be visible. Wouldn't be visible. It would be impossible to see this. This would be over the curve if the heliocentric model was true. Clearly, we do not live on a globe.
The picture I'm sharing on screen, I assume, is the right one.
I've got it up from the imagery, but yeah, I'm getting quicker at it.
When you look at the Google Earth image, just to see what you're looking at, and then go back to what's interesting is that you do see all the foreground. You see the seabed that's exposed now. You still see parts of the tide that's in, not the lower parts of water here, but there's no obstruction, even below sea level. It's all open, and it's open all the way up. And what's nice about that, it's a bit like the oil rigs. It's just a marker, but it's a marker that tells me, look at what's in front of it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Thank you for doing that, Adam, as well. Thank you for pulling the Google Earth 3D pics up. Yeah, it's incredible, you know, that resolve, Adam. You can see everything, can't you? What you're looking at. And this is impossible on a globe. A 3959 mile radius globe has to have a certain curvature to it. Well, where is it? Doesn't exist. Only in people's imaginations and abstract calculations, isn't it?
What's the next timestamp?
Okay, so next timestamp is 3:31, Nathan.
Okay.
Another ramp for you. But it's just interesting to note that as you pan, because I had no idea what we were going to be looking at. But then it's interesting to come back and then really find out. And there's all these launch points, isn't there? You know.
Okay.
So around 3:31 should be another ramp.
And I'll just pan up and down for the audience so you can see, you know, what the view through the top of the telescope's like. with some houses and barns and stuff, and then what it looks like at the bottom. And this is the ramp. Okay.
Again, 5.51 miles, 0 meter elevation to the Google Earth 3D picture. Just showing you the distance and the elevation. So again, I'll just keep repeating. 1 meter observer height on the deck, 2, just short of 6 miles on the deck. And we just keep panning, and we just keep seeing this glorious flat plane in beautiful resolve. Gives me goosebumps each time, you know.
Okay.
Amazing.
Right. Let's keep playing. What's the next timestamp?
Sure, no problem. 3:36, 5 seconds on, you'll see another ramp.
I've just gone past it.
But same thing, same principle. 5.5 miles, 0 meter elevation. You get the point, don't you?
Yeah, I'm trying. I keep going past it slightly. Let's just try it once more time.
Well,
There's
what
some
happened is
wild mirroring in some of these images, isn't there?
Yeah, I was going to note that in the last one, right at the bottom edge of the ramp, as he called it, there was the tiniest point of diffraction right against the deck.
Was that not reflection in the water? Because some of the water is pooled up over there. You'll see it more noticeably in a bit.
Yeah, could be.
It's inferior mirage.
It looked like an inferior mirage to me. It might not be saying it could be the reflection, Brian. I'll just have a look.
Who knows?
But you know, just let me say this: inferior mirage can only happen where there is an actual physical surface. So the reason I'm saying that is that this is not some over 6 hour mathematical illusion we're looking at. That can only happen. That inferior mirage can only happen when there is a physical surface for it to happen at. Most inferior mirage mainly only happens close to the surface. That's where it happens. You don't see it at the side of airplanes or up on the side of mountains. You see it down low at the surface. So that's proof that you are looking across the surface.
What's the next timestamp?
3:42. Nathan, again, is another ramp. You can just briefly show that. Again, 5.54 miles, 0 meter elevation.
I'll caught that
This
perfectly.
stretch of water, Brian.
This one's the best one. It's certainly the clearest.
Just to cover what I was saying about the mirroring, I was just looking at the Google Earth, and there is a stretch of water in between the sand and then the actual shoreline where it is, and that's where that mirroring is happening. Because when you go to the one further down, it's probably a little bit further away. I think it is.
No,
that mirroring disappears.
This is an inferior mirage.
What Brian's describing.
I think it's reflection in the water.
No, it's above the water. Stop.
The surface.
Stop. This is above the water, right? So right in the center of frame, mirror image. It is, because it's an inferior mirage, but it's above the waterline. You can see
but
tip of the ramp.
Yeah, but the water, what you're seeing is not the but inferior mirage, as you remember, is it inverts things. So you're seeing something that you're seeing a line that's not actually what you're seeing, if you understand.
Correct.
It's you have the air and the water, and the water at the same time.
I can.
That's two media.
Yeah, look.
I can make out a line just above the water line, if you want to call it that, right? That is a diffraction limit line, is what I'm going to call it, and it is above the line of the water, and below it there is a inferior mirage of everything above.
Caused by this.
No, there was actually just that image that you just had on. That was actually, I noticed that there was because as we're panning, the sun was behind it initially when we started off the video looking at the train. So now as we're panning, right now the sun is coming on the right hand side, and actually there's little reflections that start coming on the screen, and we actually noticed that actually there's a reflection just because it was making it look a bit like a waterfall in the video. But it's actually a little bit of a reflection on the lens.
No, it's not that.
It's this. No, it's this water.
Yeah, go on, Adam.
This water in front of it, look, see? That's what's causing that effect. Because when you go further up the coast and the water isn't there, It's only at that one location, not. It's just because we've got that area in front that's got the water over the sandbank. It's only a tiny little layer, look, but you can see what that bit of water's doing and how it's distorting.
Yep, it's good. There's got to be a limit. You are
actual refraction.
Yeah, it's
actual refraction.
I don't know about that. There's got to be a point of diffraction because you are against the deck, and the angle's got to be limited at some point.
Yeah, because look, there's a raised bank here, and then there's a drop, and then there's water that you can't see because this raised bank is physically obstructing it. Yeah, and which is why you don't see the water between here and the actual ramp. What you see is this image, these images, because of this drop down to the water. The bank's in front of this, isn't it?
Exactly. It's like if you're driving up and down a hill, you can induce this limitation by angular means by just driving up the next hill, and the raised nature of what's in front of you will limit your angle. That's what we've got.
No, what we're looking at there is at the very point where you have the mirroring happening, where the top is mirrored down. That is the water line.
Yeah, I agree.
We're actually looking at the water meeting that, but because of the air meeting the water and with temperature, it's mirroring what's above down. So it gives the appearance that the water line is below that, whereas actually where that line is, that is the water line.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
At that distance, 2.5 meters would not be visible.
Oh yeah, we're way beyond that. We're just getting down to the nitty-gritty about these angles.
If you look on Google Earth and look at the topography, you can just obviously hover your mouse over those ramps, and you'll see that as they go up, that's 1 meter, that's 2 meters. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, I know. 2.5 meters at that distance.
Right, what's the next timestamp?
What timestamp was that? I forgot where I am. Huh?
We're at 3 minutes and 44 seconds I'm at currently. Just I scrolled on a couple of seconds just to get.
Okay, wait for it. 4 minutes 50. Another ramp to the seabed. Ramp number 6. So 4 minutes 50, Nathan. So that gives a minute to just anybody to comment. Yeah.
Okay, I'll leave it rolling.
4 minutes 50. Anybody want to comment?
Well, I mean, you've summarised in terms of the anti-globe position to take, but like I said earlier, we're more interested in just figuring out the limitation of your equipment just for folly, really. I mean, you're more right than we, and we're almost, smirking at the fact that, yeah, of course, this isn't possible on a globe. It'll never line up with globe maths. This is flat, obviously and observably. But we were in the pre-show questioning where the limitation of your equipment might lie, and and then joking about the fact that, well, with everyone else's P900 imagery, they're deeply concerned about that because they're calling it Earth curve, whereas you're not so concerned about it because it doesn't seem like you're reaching and breaching that limit because of the quality of your equipment. But there's always going to be, if you're this close to the deck, there's going to be something that limits that angle, and I think in that particular example, that was the best. That was the closest we've come so far to seeing the limitation of your equipment, and it was induced by the angle, not by the quality of your equipment.
Yeah, but did you not?
You can see the mirage moving. Look, you see in the images on screen, you can see the water rippling, look, in the inferior mirage.
Yeah,
you actually see the water move as it changes the mirage. Really cool.
It's very cool.
Nathan, a couple of presentations back, do you remember me showing you the setup in our living room, low ceiling height of 2.3 meters? You can just crank the whole setup. So I basically, like there, for example, 1 meter above the deck, yeah. And then now as I'm learning and improving and getting better, I mean, all you do is you just basically untighten a section and then just crank it up, and you can then suddenly just put it up to 2 meters, just tighten it back, and all of a sudden you're now 2 meters above the deck shooting with the whole same setup, you see?
There was the timestamp to 4 minute 50.
Yeah.
That's where we're at now.
Ramp to the seabed, number 6. Number 6. Again, just showing you the Google Earth 3D pic. It's showing 5.62 miles, 0 meter elevation to the bottom of that ramp. Again, just same thing, same principle.
Like miraging on the right-hand side. See it?
I can't see what you're saying, but
A clip for the audience. Cool. What's the next timestamp?
5 minutes 42. So another minute.
Okay.
And just look at everything. Just look at the background and just look at everything. It's like not bad for a first attempt. But I'll tell you now, 10 miles is nothing for that score. I don't know what the limit is, but 10 miles is nothing.
5 minutes 40, did you say?
5 minutes 42, yeah.
Okay.
What you should do is if you look at the top, you'll see some football goalposts come into view, Nathan.
Okay.
Again, it's just like, the little details that you can see. 5:42, you'll see some football goalposts at the top. I just love those little details,
It's these sandbanks with the birds on them. And I know those sandbanks may be only 3-4 miles away. Do you know what I mean? But it's the fact you can see birds sat on the sandbanks 4 miles away on the deck.
I know.
Okay, I've got your goalposts. So I'm going to presumably move back down to the deck.
No, we're only just showing you. We're just showing you the goalposts.
Oh, okay. What's the next timestamp?
Right, but if you go back to 5:35, 5 minutes 35, what you'll do is you'll start to see some water start right at the bank. So if you play from 5:35, Nathan,
I am.
do you see? There's like water right
Yeah, I see it.
the bank. You see it? It's just really interesting because then you'll see later in the video about, I don't know how long it is, 20, 30 seconds, then it goes. So it's obviously just like a pooled section. Do you know what I mean? But the clarity and the resolve of being able to just see that.
Okay.
I love those little details,
There's birds sitting in it.
Right. So just for clarity, right? We're now at about 20 minutes worth of panning, from the video, from the very start with the train at 10 miles. So we're now about 20 minutes pan, right? So there's a picture right at the end of Master B. It's a Google Maps, and it's just showing you that there's been about 9 to 10 miles worth of pan now. Do you see that in Master B, Nathan?
When you say right at the end of Master B, I've got people's Christmas trees. Okay, I think I've got it.
Or Adam, if Adam could pull it out.
I've got it up, I think.
So what it is just Google Earth, just showing you, from that section where it started the video with the train.
Mm-hmm.
So do you see now we've covered about 9 to 10 miles worth of pan?
Gotcha.
What, I don't know what angle that is. What's that angle from that gold cliff? Is it? I don't know. I don't know how. The point I'm trying to make here, right, is that so far, with about 9 to 10 miles worth of pan, 20 minutes worth of panning that area, with direct sunlight angle changing all the time, on the fly, no matter what, no matter the direction we are facing, no matter the distances involved, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 miles, everything we see remains a buttery smooth, seamless, on the fly, refracted mirage that just magically is popping everything up into direct line of sight. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, you've got to take out your sarcastic tone. So you're saying in the heliocentric paradigm, they would assert that all of this is slightly looming. None of it's really where you say it is because it's refracted from its non-geometric or into its non-geometric refracted positioning. Yeah, that's absurd, but that's what the heliocentrists would assert.
Yeah, the official explanation presented by the mainstream, by very dodgy, very fraudulent pseudo-scientists and comments. I mean, if you want to believe something like that official narrative about miraging, when we've just been panning 10 miles, 20 minutes, sunlight angles been changing, distances have been changing from 10 to 6 miles, right? And we've been shooting directly over the bed, and then we'll shoot as we start panning more and more right, because obviously we're going to hit the horizon. We're going to hit the point where we then look at the lighthouses, but that's next week. So this video now is 10 minutes, and then there'll be one more video finishing this Bristol channel where we'll actually then hit the horizon, and then we'll hit the 2 islands with Flatholm Island, which was my very first presentation. But yeah, the point I'm making is just if you believe that official narrative, right, that all of that is seamlessly just magically popping up into view and miraging perfectly direct into your direct line of sight. You know what I mean? No matter the distance, no matter the change of the sun angle, no matter what, it's just seamlessly, beautifully popping everything up. If you believe that, well, then my recommendation to you is to be very careful indeed, because quite clearly you'll believe anything.
Well, I just would like to say, I pointed this out a couple of weeks ago, but I think it kind of fell a bit on deaf ears. I put some comments into Master B about it as well. Was that none of our opposition, right, our current everyday opposition, like Ruhif and them, none of them have actually claimed any over 6R in this, which was really funny, because it means that they're accepting that what you're seeing is actually there. They're not trying to claim that it's loomed up, or not a loomed, but an unbending of their globe Earth. They're not even trying to claim that. They're saying it's actually there, which is really detrimental to them, because when they're saying it's actually there, right, what they've tried to do, Ruhif in particular, but they'll all follow suit, is try and claim below mean sea level as our curve. We're not taking that into account. Now, when have they ever, Nathan, when in 8 years have any of them ever taken below mean sea level elevations into account and tried to call it our curve?
It's incorporated. It's incorporated into the mathematics. That's why we say you'll need a flat Earth for that. When they reference the differential between eye level and surface level, referenceable only in physical reality as sea level. That's surface level in their maths. So they're saying that so they're saying that there's a geometric physical horizon below surface level. Sound familiar, Brian?
No, but this is a little bit different, because the Ruhif is not denying the geometric in tinfoil's observations. This is the point. He's not claiming over 6R. All he's got to claim is that we're not taking below mean sea level below mean sea level elevations into account as our curve. Now, in 8 years, almost 9 years now, I have never heard any of them trying to use below mean sea level elevations as our curve. At that point, you literally could start claiming the Mariana Trench as our curve. Do you understand? They're not even claiming over 6R. So they're not claiming that there's something going on below. The only below they're claiming is physical as well. They're claiming what you're looking at is physically there. It's not an over 6R situation. So they're denying, so they're not even bringing over 6R into it, which is in opposition to other claims they've made concerning things like the Black Swan, etc. Well, they always claim there's over 6R, but they have not claiming it in this one. So technically, is that a vacuum we're looking at? Because within their paradigm, that has to be a vacuum. But they're also then claiming that we're not taking below mean sea level elevations into account. Why would you take the Mariana Trench into account? Because this is what they're actually saying. You understand? When they don't bring over 6R into it, they're claiming that on that day that tinfoil was out doing that observation, that he was doing it in a total vacuum. That's what they're claiming, because there's no air or temperature.
Why is it no Atmo day?
Sorry?
Why is it no Atmo day?
That's it. That's what they're basically claiming there.
This is a golf course. Brian, what am I looking at these? What are these flags?
Huh?
Flags. 9 minutes, 1 second.
Oh, you've gone way too far. Oh, what about my other timestamp?
Well, no, you tell me what they are, and I'll go to them.
Okay. But yeah, just to pick up on Brian, you're absolutely right. There's a difference, isn't there, between a P900 being shot at a sea horizon and then an image being taken, and then it's like, oh yeah, what Nathan says, looming refraction, all this business, right? There's something very different about that, isn't there? And then the truth seeker now just panning all of this. And what's interesting is the actual power of the truth seeker in what you're actually seeing is nothing compared to what it is now. And secondly, the next week's video is going to be the last 10 minutes, and then we're actually going to hit the horizon, the water. We're going to hit the water section where we then actually leave the land and then pan across, and then we'll see the two islands with Flatholm Island Lighthouse, and we'll also see Monkstone Lighthouse as well. So it's interesting that this video incorporates everything from that train, almost 180 degrees in the opposite direction over the dry bed, and then as we pan, and then we'll hit the water horizon. So it's interesting, you know?
Yeah, but the point I'm making is the fact that they're not claiming over 6R is them actually implying that you're in a vacuum when you're taking that whole area, that whole Bristol Channel area is a vacuum on that day.
Yeah, agreed, man.
Because they have to claim over 6R. This is the thing, they have to, because that's what everything they do, no matter what they try and calculate concerning Earth curve, they then have to add whatever amount of over 6R that is necessary. But they're not claiming it in any of your observations, which is very, 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 very telling. And it's going to lead to problems for them in the close future, I guarantee it. Because you can't...
Yeah,
but
it's an
they
England
can't
flag.
not claim it.
It's an England flag.
They're going to have a heck of a lot more problems coming. Let me tell you that.
Well, I'm just saying this is going to become a much bigger issue, or it should become a much bigger issue, because it means they're not... what they're implying is that tinfoil is in a vacuum. Yeah. Tinfoil was in a spacesuit in some vacuum, taking that observation, because they're not denying that the things are that he's seeing 5 to 7, 8 miles, 9 miles away. They're not denying that they're physically there. They're trying to claim that his elevations should be when he's taking elevations into account, he should be taking below mean sea level elevations into account. Exactly. They got, like, what happened to over 6R? The thing that has to always be added to every single observation. It has to, because otherwise they're claiming a vacuum, which isn't crazy.
Is globe destroying footage, this, isn't it? I know these are the Black Swan and stuff, and this goes hand in hand. You know what I mean? The more of this stuff that comes out is destroying, is notable by what they're not saying, isn't it, Brian? You're right.
Well, they're denying what they said in the Black Swan times from 3 years ago. They're denying 4 years ago now almost. They're denying that. They're denying all their Black Swan image rebuttals, which were not rebuttals, which were destruction of them anyway. They're now denying that by not claiming it.
They're all over it shop. Do you know, have you ever played squash, Brian?
No, but I've seen it.
Okay, so the best idea with squash, right, is you plonk yourself in the center of that court and you keep your opponent absolutely running every single which way into the corners, you know what I mean? And you just stand there in the middle and you're just hitting it, you know? And they're running, and then eventually you just tire out and you just, you know, this is what I see with the truth seeker. It's like just sit solid in the center of the court and just go, there you go, and let them run around and change their mind. And they're all over it shop, aren't they? They're going to have to say this, they're going to have to say that, they're going to have to double back on themselves, double speak this, double speak that. No, they're going to be all over it shop here. Wait until you see what the truth seeker can do.
Well, this is the thing. I've already asked Ruhif the question that will be relevant next week when you're showing the horizon, which is, and Ruhif, right, actually referred the question to what they call the wolf pack, which is Wolfie and Ruhif and a load of others, right? He said he deferred it to them, right? He said because it didn't seem to make sense to him. I asked him, because he's not claiming any over 6R, I asked him, based off something he said to me, I asked him, is sea level horizon level? And he went, yeah. If you understand the globe mathematics and the globe claims, especially concerning the Black Swan, then what does that mean? It means when you see the horizon, you're physically seeing water. That's sea level. Sea level and horizon level are the same thing, which means you're not seeing any over 6 hour mathematical globe claimed refraction. So that's going to be very prevalent next week, because when you show next week that you're zooming right to whatever lighthouse or whatever island, whatever, like is the sea level horizon level? And Ruhif has already agreed that it is.
I know.
That means you're not looking at, you know what I mean, what they previously claimed 4 years ago now, in less than a month time.
It's one of the reasons, Brian, why I wanted to break this down into little bits of snippets of footage. Because like I say, we're doing like a 180, and we're doing over land, and then we're doing over water, and then we're doing little islands in the middle of the water and stuff. So it's one of the reasons why I just wanted to break it all down. So the next week is the final. I was actually running out of battery as well. So I had to speed up a little bit. But now everything I've learned from this first observation, every single thing has been fixed. You know, every single thing now has been completely fixed and improved and revamped. And so everything now is going to be extremely phenomenal. But anyway, it's what it is. It's globe displaying. That's what it is.
I won't take up any more time and leave you get on with the presentation. But when you go up high, that's going to be the real shocker. No matter, even though you know it's flat, when you see what you can see, which will be France or Ireland or somewhere, you know what I mean?
Brian, stand on the beach at Dublin and wave.
Well, you'll probably be able to see Waterford where I am, so I could probably go to the coast here in Waterford and wave at you, and I'd be on the phone with you at the time.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
You should do it.
Okay, it's going to be interesting because I'm really getting there with infrared as well, and I can show you maybe in the after show just a bit of a demonstration of. I mean, you've all probably seen like JTOL and media, and it just removes the atmo. So when you go up to, and I'm not going to bore everybody half to death here, but when you use like a 685 NM IR filter, and you cannot let any light come in the chain. But anyway, when you use a 685 NM, it lets just a little bit of visible light in. So when you use a 685 NM filter, you'll see still just a little bit of wavering in the image, the air turbulence, but it really dramatically cuts it. But then I've got 700, 760, 830, 930 NM. And so once you start hitting 760, you've completely removed the visible light. So you get a rock solid, stable image. So get rid of the atmo and the air turbulence. And then, anyway, it's all interesting, isn't it?
Just want to say, the whole back for Jay Tolan was that he did it from airplanes and stuff, and that's probably as good as you could do it from an airplane, unless you could do it with the drill seeker from an airplane, right? Or someone else could do it.
Bazooka style, on my shoulder.
The point is, all I think was going against him was that, let's just say when he was shooting to Mount San Jacinto, now he had things that were obscuring his view, which changed his angle of view. But it's still, even with infrared, you will still have a diffraction limit.
Oh, yeah.
But the truth seeker takes away the average diffraction limit of every super zoom camera, including the P1000. And there's a P1100 on the way, in case anyone's wondering.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Brian, 2,709 times magnification, where you can actually see what you're looking at. And then against what I just showed you there, direct setup, 84 times P900. You see what I mean? It eats that thing for breakfast. That's all I'll say.
Yeah.
I've seen, when I go quiet, I'm normally doing a bit of maths. I've seen Rufy commenting and this 6 meters, etc., etc. Now, just dealing with drop, because he's trying to invoke this 6 meters if you can just subtract it. It's not really what's occurring. If we're going to have 6 meters below sea level or something, then we have to make that adjustment to the R value that they're presupposing. So I just did a quick bit of numbers, and if we were looking at 6 miles at the normal R value, then you would encounter 2.82936111, and I include the decimals for a reason. So the 2.82936111 meters drop. But if you then put in Rufy's reasons that you can see it, then the R value changes from 6371 kilometers to 6370.994 kilometers, yielding a differential of a drop of 2.829358.4. So we don't see a significant difference till the 5th decimal place, so within mils. So I'm not sure how we can make this argument, because if you're going to have curvature of a ball, it plays out, and it's played out by the R value. So if you want to take 6 meters off your R value, you can have it, Rufy.
Nice.
I knew you were quiet for a reason, Adam.
He wants to take it off once everything's been done using his R. He wants to take it off then. Well, no, that's not what happens, mate.
But this is what'll have to happen, won't it? They're just going to be all over it shop. They're going to have to be saying, "Oh no, it's not quite that." And it's unbelievable, you know. Awesome.
So point being there, you still shouldn't see, because his R value is now 6 meters less, because we've assumed we're that 6 meters below sea level. Fair enough, you can have it. Yeah, you should still not be seeing 2.8, the same 2.8293, and it's that 5th decimal place. One's a 6, one's a 5. Yeah, there is no difference, Rufy. Doesn't work. You've still got to deal with a huge R value expressing its curvature. It's not there.
But Adam, did you factor in the luring?
The luring.
You've got to factor in the luring, Adam.
I mean, it's just beautiful. These images that are on screen now, it's running now, it just demonstrates there's nothing hidden.
Globe destroying, isn't it, Adam?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Nathan, are you there? You take next time. Next time, Spams.
I'm running the show.
There's where were we? There's a timestamp of
7 minutes ish.
6:49 is the yellow water buoy marker.
Yeah, okay.
6:49, Nathan.
Yeah. You want to tell us about this?
So it's nearly 6 miles, 5.91. It's obviously on the deck, isn't it? The first, around 6:49, you'll see, obviously the first is 84 times magnification, the first time you see it. Then I'll zoom in on it, so that's 169 times. I can't honestly be 100% sure if that's the correct location that I posted into Master B on Google Earth 3D for that one, but it's definitely it's there somewhere. But I think it's about just short of 6 miles. Again on the deck. It's unbelievable. So that's at 6:49. If you keep playing it, and then we'll hit timestamp 7:24, Nathan.
Okay.
That's the final ramp. I know you like these ramps to the seabed. That's ramp it's number 7. Now the distance is starting to increase, because as we're panning, we've gone through that closest land mass area to us, and now as we continue to pan right, everything will start receding now into the distance. So the mileage will start going back up.
Okay, so I'm on the ramp now at 7:24.
7:24, yeah, that's 6.18 miles at 0 meter elevation. Again, Master B, Google Earth 3D pic will show that it's just 0 meter elevation to the bottom of that
Again,
ramp.
I'm just gonna scroll up and down through the lens of the scope so you can see what's above and below in the lens of the scope. These buildings above, so you get an idea of the layering.
The luring, yeah.
Okay. Next timestamp.
Next timestamp is Piers, and I love Piers, not Morgan, but I do love Piers. It's Clevedon Pier at 7:57. So once you hit 7:57, around there, if you pause it, but then you'll get like probably 20, 30 seconds after that, which is like going to show you the resolve of Clevedon Pier. Again, in Master B, I put in Google Earth 3D pic showing 6.59 miles to the bank where you'll see the pier resolve 0 meter elevation, 0 meter elevation at just short of 7 miles. But I love those piers for the resolve that they give you, and bear in mind I was running out of battery as well, so I couldn't really stop and focus and do much really. I was very conscious of the battery at that time. So
you're looking at these piers, right? These metal structures that are jutting out at 7:59 right now. What's the next one?
Yeah, 7:57, all for the next 20 seconds or so, 30 seconds, you'll see that I sort of go. I also double back and look back again at the pier, but I'm just saying 7 miles, just short of 7 miles, 0 meter elevation to the bank section as the pier starts to come out. Nice resolve. I love those piers for the resolve that they give you. You know, that angled resolve. I really love those. Anyway, I'd resolved the battery problem on my phone because I've now got 5 power banks, 20,000 mAh power banks. So I resolved that issue. But yeah, hopefully you're just seeing that Clevedon Pier and Clevedon Bay Area.
Yeah, we're just seeing that. What's the next one?
818 is Salt House Beach and Bay Area.
Okay, yeah, I got that up.
So that's just nice for its luring. But again, just another image in Master B showing just short of 7 miles, 0 meter elevation to the front. So do you see, if you stop it at about 818, you should see like the beach, for the want of a better word, the seabed in front of like the black resolve and stuff. Well, it's actually just short of 7 miles to that seabed before it then all starts resolving, and so that's it, 0 meters. But again, you clearly see that you're resolving everything all the way up. And then the next timestamp, and this is impossible on a globe, 3959 radius globe.
Can you just pop that back up, Adam? Not quick enough. Oh, don't worry. What's the next timestamp?
Final timestamp.
I didn't know you was using it for me. It's back there,
occasionally.
Oh yeah, that's the So that picture there is for the final timestamp, which is 9:39, Nathan. 9 minutes 39. That's Mariners Lake. Basically, that picture. There's a lot of people. They like see. You can see them swimming. They're like swimming in that area. It's like a little It's like a
tidal pool.
It's like a little pool that everybody goes dipping in. You get the speedos on and the mankinis, you know. But that's what we're looking at. You see the flags?
Yep.
That image. So we basically zoom in on one of those flags, you know. But again, you look at the resolve as well. You see all the resolve as it on the left of that photo. That's a publicly available photograph. See all that resolve coming up and how it all comes up, and then and then we just zoom in on one of those flags. It's awesome. It really is. But that's 7 miles, 6 centimeters elevation. 9 minutes 39, 169 times zoom. St. George's flag. Hey! So yeah. If you zoom in close enough, maybe you can see a couple of heads bobbing up and down. But, yeah. So that's it. I'm done.
Yes, you can.
Very good.
Look at that. You can almost see their faces.
I know, but the thing is, with the True Seeker that I've got now, with the visuals I've got now, I'd just be zooming in on the heads and seeing whether they're wearing glasses or not. You know what I mean? That's the thing now. But it's what it is. It's fantastic. I love it.
Wow. I'm glad I went to the effort of making sure I could produce it, and at least I hope this comes through on YouTube. I'm watching the chat. I will shout out the super chats in a sec, but let us know if this is coming through clear. I haven't gone and looked on my iPad, but I'm fairly confident in what this should be achieving.
The actual raw 4K footage. Have you seen that, Nathan, on your 4K display?
What I'm looking at. So to present this, what I've done is I've blown it up so it fills my entire screen at 4K,
right,
and then I'm capturing that as
Brilliant.
4K and then converting it, downscaling it to 2K to present to YouTube at 100,000 megabits per second in H.265, which is very, very good quality, or at least it should be.
Thank you for doing that. That's really appreciated because it will make a difference. Yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
Yeah, so I've got it now so I can quickly zoom in and out so people can, obviously if you make it smaller, you're capturing less, but the pixels density is closer together. So although you can't necessarily make out their faces as I've got it presented now, I can blow it right up so you can have a really good look at it. And it's cropped even more than you've cropped it.
You see any swimming caps?
Yeah. That's what I'm on now.
Yeah.
So what's the distance for this?
7 miles.
7 miles. Wait for it to get back in focus and I'll pause it again. Very
Which is
cool.
nothing for the truth seeker now, but anyway, yeah, it's what it is. It's epic. Next week, hopefully, will be the final 9 minutes or so of this video footage, and then hopefully the idea behind then that, Nathan, was to hopefully do the split in 2 parts, the cult presentation after that.
Awesome. How long have we been going? 1 hour and 20 minutes, maybe a bit longer. Now, today thank you very much, first of all, before I run out and curtail your presentation. Thank you for presenting all of that, Tinfoil Hatman. Hopefully it'll be a bit more sloppy in terms of how it's presented, but the quality will at least be higher, which I know you were more fussy about. So there we go. So the transitions might not be as nice. But the quality will be good.
Very good, Tinfoil.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Nobody from the chat is letting me know. Please let me know if the quality was good. Could you all make out details in what we were presenting? That's all I'm fussed about, to know that it's reached you as an audience really nicely before we move on to the next thing. Go on, Brian. Sorry. I was talking to the
saying,
chat.
very good, Tinfoil. That's just saying, well done. Thank you. Just a little bit of appreciation.
No problem, Brian. It's going to be interesting as we move on, don't you think?
Yeah, when you start going high, that's going to cause some pretty serious brain expansions on our opposition side. I have a feeling that some of your observations may end up on the local news. When I say local news, local in a lot of places.
Yeah, is definitely going to be. Stay tuned, everybody else. That's what I'll say.
I reckon that you possibly will win the world long distance observation record with ease.
I know what you're saying, Brian, about going high and stuff, and of course, I'm totally for doing all these different types of observation. But one thing that's really driven me is, staying on the deck. And obviously, I'm more than happy to do, and I've already done some other observations as well. But I'm more than happy to do all everything. Every listen to all suggestions, do everything. Get it right. Let's get this right. Let's get every base, every angle covered. But my one real interest is that staying 1 meter above the deck, and then I've, like I was telling you earlier, I've found a place 30 miles. So anyway.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I am not saying that what you're doing should stop. I'm just saying there's certain other observations that are going to be. See, for the average everyday person, they won't understand because they don't know the maths. Why what you're showing might be so devastating. It's the people in the arena that understand that on both sides. But when you go high and you show someone something perfectly viewable 30 miles away or 150 miles away or whatever, that's a different story. That's when the local news stations get involved. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about.
Brian, if we got Penny Farm,
should we make some predictions? Sorry, just because Brian's left it open to do this. Right, none of us know yet because none of us have been bothered to calculate the limitations of the scope based on its aperture. But there's going to be a limitation, and depending on his observer height, if Tinfoil Hatman remains a couple of feet above the deck, he's going to reach that fairly quickly, I'm going to suggest. Now, my guess, just to get the ball rolling, based on what I know from Ranty and Anthony's observations and your comparison you made today with your P900, I'm going to make a ballpark estimation that about the 25-mile-ish mark, you're not going to be able to resolve stuff. That is to say that where currently at 5 to 10 miles, you can resolve a clock with a P900 and you can resolve the frigging hands of it with your stuff, right? I'm going to suggest that when you get to about maybe even less, maybe 20 miles plus, it's going to reach that point where, yeah, you can see the legs going into the water on these piers. There's nothing you can't see at these distances, but you're gonna start to struggle, I estimate, beyond 20 miles. That's my estimation. Now, I'm saying that because I already know that you may know the answer to this because of what you've already done. So it's a good point for us to all make our predictions if hopefully Tinfoil Hatman can metaphorically keep it under his tinfoil hat because he knows the answers. Or he may know the answers, he may not, but let's have our predictions where we think the limitations will lie.
Well, I'm going to go first. I have a camera. It's an FZ. It's a Panasonic FZ82 or 83, and I can see from about 60 to 70 feet observation height. I can see up to 18 to 20 miles, and I can see islands and the rocks at the bottom of the islands and all this. So I reckon when Tinfoil Hat goes high up now, up something high. I'm talking about at least 100, let's say 100 meters plus above the sea level.
It's the standard.
Sea level.
Okay, I've got to give it in a standard before you give me a vague idea because everyone's going to have a different standard. Okay, at what distance could you tell the time on a clock? A clock tower at what distance will be resolvable? That's the question. Just so we've got a standard to sort of adhere to. Okay, I've only made it up on the spot, so if this ends up being a terrible standard, it doesn't even matter. Okay.
It is. You have to start with an observation height. And then
I'm talking off the deck.
Distance.
I'm talking off the deck, like he's been doing, right? So Tinfoil Hatman's, let's call it 3 feet off the deck, right? He's right at surface level, however he's managed to do that, and he's looking at something across a bay, and like Ranty was doing, he's got a clock. Now, I would suggest that Ranty could resolve that clock at about 8 miles. He could tell the time. Beyond that, up to 10 miles, he couldn't. You could see it was a clock, but you couldn't tell time on it. Well, I'm saying, at what distance do you reckon he could tell time? So far, clearly, he can easily... He could tell. He could see the guy working behind the panes of glass on the clock at about 7 miles, right? So, at what point can he tell the time?
Paul, Nathan, run a betting, Paul. 15 miles, 20 miles, 25 miles.
I reckon Tinfoil, you will be see the side of a ship, the bottom of the side of a ship, 50 miles away.
50 miles,
going over the horizon.
With ease, with full zoom, and with the conditions just about right, you will see easily. I would say you will easily see the bottom of a ship 50 miles away.
Okay, no, 50 is a good guess. I'm saying 20. I think he'll struggle at 30. We'll see if I'm right. But who else wants to hazard a guess?
I've got a question before I...
No questions, just got to hazard a guess.
No, I need to know the aperture size.
No, that's the point. No, you're not getting your mathematical prowess.
8-inch, Adam, a satisfying 8-inch.
Very nice.
I can't believe you gave him the aperture, you bastard. He hasn't got time to do the maths. Guess now, otherwise you're not taking part.
17 miles.
17 miles. Less than me, you say. Oh, okay. Yeah. Anyone else want to answer the guess?
Only because the criterion is we're a metre off the deck, aren't we? And we're trying to resolve the deck, yeah?
Yeah. I'm saying a clock that's above the deck.
Much, yeah.
I'm saying a clock above the deck just to give us a standard, but no
How
one's
high?
adhering to.
4 meters.
What's your distance?
3 meters.
Just give us a guess. It's just a bit of fun, Adam.
Yeah, how high's the clock?
4 meters.
4 meters. 28 miles.
28 miles? About the same as I'm saying, somewhere between 20 and 30. Okay, who else wants to guess? Owen? Neil? Throw a number out? Clearly not. Okay, we're going to move on.
60 miles.
50 miles.
I'll say 35.
Okay. Right, we've got a few guesses.
I'll say 70 miles.
70 miles says Rayleigh criterion. You should know.
And I'm being generous.
70 miles. That's a hell of a distance. You know how far that's a hell of a distance, right?
I do know this. Offshore, I've spent several years working offshore, and I know on calm, clear days with the naked eye from like 100 feet, it seems like you could see platforms 30 miles in the distance with the naked eye.
I don't dispute it, but we're not talking 30 feet in the air. We're talking 3 feet.
3 feet, okay. 60 miles.
Well, that's still a hell of a distance, man. 60 miles. You know the Isle of Man, in the Isle of Man. You were around when we were doing Isle of Man? You know how far that was?
Yeah.
Less than 30.
Yeah.
The most extreme bits were just a bit over 30, I believe. Right?
I'm going with it. This is fun. We're having fun.
Well,
Okay.
Nathan, was that
being
Isle of
elevated will
Man?
help.
Go on, tinfoil.
Sorry, didn't mean to step on anybody. Was that Isle of Man 30 miles with a P900?
Yeah, and I think we had some P1000. Maybe we did, maybe we didn't. I can't remember. It's a long time ago. But yeah, definitely with a P900.
Well, okay, so P900 is 84 times, P1000 is 125. And then I just showed you what happens with that clock clock face. So as soon as you got to, and I only showed you 677 times. So you know what I mean? There's stuff going to be happening.
Yeah, Nathan, you can't. Sorry, tinfoil. Sorry, I'm just trying to say, Nathan, you can't judge what he will see based off of what he's already shown, because he's only shown a fraction of the abilities of the truth seeker.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why it's fun to have a guest, Brian.
We'll see, won't we? We will see.
Exactly.
Okay, Nathan, calm down.
We will. Dun, dun, dun. We will indeed. I'm in no doubt. Hopefully, I'm wrong. Maybe I'm right. Maybe Rayleigh criterion's wrong and he can see 1,000 miles. Maybe he can see his own arse in that telescope. With enough refraction and the right enough bend enough maths and the globe Earth model, you can see your own bum in a telescope, according to their claims when we were debating Isle of Man. That is not a joke. That's what they said.
But these people are insane.
They are insane.
Clearly.
Okay, there's going to be people who've joined, right? And we're almost 2 hours into this live stream that have come for a very particular reason. And that's because in the thumbnail that was graciously made for me by Paul, we've got a very different subject matter, which was about the dude whose name I can't even remember, who went into the Flattoberfest to declare his globe Earth belief. So, we've got a couple of choices, given that it's so late in this particular live stream. Should I change today's thumbnail and just round out the show here? Or shall we attempt to make a start on that video?
We should make a start on that video. Don't round out anything. That's really boring.
No, massive long live streams tend to get a bit boring for the people who just want to find the bit that they've come to because they've looked at a thumbnail and gone, oh yeah, I fancy finding out a bit about that Flattoberfest debacle. As do I, anyway, so that's why I'm not going to discourage doing it. Okay, right. Shout out to, did I do these shout outs? I don't think I did. Duncan McLeod, thank you very much indeed for the super chat. He says, that stuff is flat. Quote, NDT. Really appreciate the support. It is indeed flat. Obviously, observably, navigably flat. Also, shout out to Godzilla37. He says, 11th man did a pretty good job today. Calling you 11th man. That's a high praise compliment that you've just got there from Godzilla Tinfoil.
It's ranty too, doesn't it?
Can I put Numa back on and turn my webcam back on if he's
no,
getting a bit bored?
Definitely not.
You don't want this? You don't want
You're just showboating now because we're moving on.
I'm happy to.
Right, we've had your camera. That gag has been and gone. Right, okay, we're going to move on. So this is I Investigated If Earth is Flat by Tyler Oliveira. And I would encourage you all, if you are in the live stream currently, to go and let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. So the reason we do this on an almost daily basis is for selfish motivations, because I would hope that were this particular YouTuber to respond to what we are about to cover, because it's obviously future tense, he would do the same and put a link to my video, because we as flat earthers, regardless of how right or wrong we may be, never get any algorithmic love. Now, I'll take that with a slight caveat, which is to say that if you are punting total nonsense that is easily objectionable by a globe earth believer, or indeed paralleled with a globe earth belief, then you may well be promoted as a flat earther. But we, in our particular corner of this internet, aren't, which is a shame. So therefore, we can only lean on the people we respond to say, look, if you are to respond, not that he's suggesting you have to, no obligation whatsoever, it would be nice if you did as I am doing for you, which is putting a link in my meager audience's view so that they can click on it, go and leave you a comment, help you in the algorithm that you're already getting support from YouTube in. Clearly, you've got 4.5 or whatever million subscribers. But yeah, hopefully you'd offer me the same love in return were you to respond. So I'm doing this cold. This is the case with maybe some of the panel. Anybody else seeing this? Hopefully you can chat amongst yourselves for 2 minutes, because I'm going to grab another drink if we're going to get into a long wrangle-dangle.
Yeah, I have something to say. How does Nathan know what people want in a live show?
He because he put a thumbnail up, so they're waiting on that.
Yeah, but he told us what everyone wants in a live show a minute ago. It's like, how many live shows is he on? He's normally only doing live shows.
Superman. It says, you know, and you see the pictures.
Can't hear you, Neil. Robot.
I give you something else. Oh, sorry.
Adam, what do you think about them? Yeah, better now, Neil. Better now, yeah.
Nah, just false advertisement. That's all.
I don't know what.
Yeah, how do you know what people want from live shows when you're the one doing the live shows? You're not the one watching them.
My mum told me.
I reckon it was more of an attempt to close out the live show. That's what that was.
No, it was actually. I was saying I do want to cover this because I've only heard my only introduction to this, if you like, is from Russian vids. So Russian vids was aligning with a guy with divining rods who I've never seen before, but was essentially calling David Weiss a shill. That was the whole shtick of the video that I saw from Russian vids. Now, obviously, that isn't the main focus I'm going to lean on in terms of the meager amount of information about Flatoktoberfest and what this guy did, beyond him staying with David Weiss for a bit. So, you know, I don't know. It's never. What's the word? What's the saying? No good deed goes unpunished. Like me with this computer, yeah. Right? Well, Dave Weiss has put this guy up out of the kindness of his heart. Guy's betrayed him. Somehow that makes David Weiss a bad guy. Well, that's a different issue. Like I say, I'm not going to necessarily focus on Russian Vids' take on this. I'm not disagreeing with necessarily his take either. It's moreover, that was his focus. This will be ours. And we're cold at this point beyond that, which I've seen from Russian Vids. I just wanted to get that in there because more times than not, I'm totally cold on what we're seeing. But I have seen this guy's face. I do know that at some point in the video, he's going to go, I renounce flat Earth. I think Earth's a globe based on the evidence, and you guys haven't convinced me, or words to that effect. And then he offers up $1,000. So I do have a bit of background on it. Anybody else got any background that they want to go through before we cover the video, though?
Well, what I would say is that it's just more of the same, is it not, from that same group of people? More of the same, running similar type events, having similar type disasters. It's beyond me how a group of adults can continually end up in the same position. It's just, I don't know. I don't trust any of these people at all. I don't like
because of what we offer.
Yeah.
So Adam sums it up when he talks about what we sell. That attracts flies, doesn't it?
Yeah, I understand that it attracts flies, but it just happens that the same group of people keep on doing the same things and end up with the same outcomes in one way or the other. It's just, for me, it's just like a drama show for me. I don't take any of it serious.
It's become the Real Housewives of Flat Earth sort of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Earth is a sphere? Yeah, I'll walk home on the flat Earth.
There's a mountain of evidence.
Yeah, let's hear it.
If you don't see it, you're blind.
Flat Earthers. The universe is not expanding.
So my first criticism comes of the guy who just spoke to this dude. There's a mountain of evidence. If you don't see it, you're blind. That's essentially just an ad hominem attack, right? When you converse with people who don't agree with you, you've got to put your point across to them in such a manner that they understand how your argument works. But in that case, the flat earthers just told him, you're just stupid. That's basically the sentiment. Now, don't get me wrong, he's going to have pulled that out to make that point that I'm making for him, whoever this guy is, Tyler. But, you know, that is poorly educated flat earthers that I wouldn't want representing me. I mean, how do you guys, I know it's taken out of context and all the rest of it, you could argue if you were that guy, and I don't care about any of that. I'm just saying the way it comes across, regardless of editing or anything else, is that we are unreasonable. And I would have to agree based on what that flat earther just said to him. Anybody else disagree?
Well, I would say that what we're looking at here is something alien to us, because we as a group would never put ourselves in that same position. We wouldn't put ourselves in a position where we'd run some stupid event like that can be infiltrated by some idiot. Do you know what I mean? There wouldn't be anything to infiltrate, because we wouldn't be doing those kind of stupid nonsense events. You mean?
You say that, but by contrast, right? Adam has been out on the street and debated Jem Panda in public, on the street. Now, this is a convention as opposed to on the street, although this looks like it's physically on a street or on a balcony or something. But you know what I'm getting at. When Adam's done it, he's offered up his arguments to Jem Panda and smirked at the the reaction when the guy's lost his cool. But that is a similar example where you're out, and it could have been, it was on camera, same as this. And Adam's just offered up arguments that has let the opponent reel in disgust at how they can't overcome those positions. The guy previously has just said, you know, there's a mountain of truth out there. Fascinating.
It was our loaded questions, wasn't it? As the end of it, I'm not answering your loaded questions. Okay.
Yeah, but that's contrasted to this, where the guy's total novice in this subject. I have no doubt. I'm not being critical of you for this, Tyler, but he's going to be a novice in the subject of flat Earth. Now, not to blow our own trumpet, I'm not doing this to make us seem wonderful or anything, but he wouldn't last 10 seconds against us, but he's overcoming these guys that he's actually putting the mic under in seconds as a novice in this subject. Well, it shouldn't be that way. You know, the people who are out there, potentially on camera with a complete novice in the subject, shouldn't be able to have the better of them so easily. And the reason they can is because they're not being privy to the best arguments. They're being privy to nonsense beliefs about ether and things of that nature that don't really help them when someone like this comes along to take the piss out of them.
There's no Big Bang.
I'm in the center of the universe. We want proof.
You're talking about the Earth being flat. Thousands of scientists have looked.
The only one that said anything of worth there was David Weiss. We want proof.
You think they're all wrong? Most would be quick to
appeal to consensus with scientists. So yesterday we had a guy who came on who was an ether believer, and he used the fallacy of division to claim that Michelson-Morley had scientific validity because of its isolation of variables, leaning on one aspect of the scientific methodology that gives empiricism to imply that a pseudoscience quasi-experiment utilised in the first instance to claim something to do with Earth turn was actually proving ether. Well, when you appeal to the pseudoscientists, quasi-scientists, whatever you want to call them, the ones that are hijacking that term to give validity to their just-so stories, they're the ones we call out as pseudoscientists. Well, in this instance, Joe Rogan's appealing to them. Would they all be wrong? No, not if they've got scientific validity. They don't. They're just leaning on that notion, and you're appealing to them by consensus based on how right or wrong they are as a group. But that's the world we live in. That's what Joe Rogan's done there. But this guy's using that for a positive spin. He's saying, oh, well, Joe Rogan's right. I am in no doubt that's why this is in there as a clip.
idiotic conspiracy theorists. But what if
straight away being labelled as conspiracy theorist? I'm not a conspiracy theorist.
They simply knew something we don't. What?
Strictly speaking, you don't know you're utilising a flat Earth for many of your globe Earth claims, but that is advanced flat Earth understanding as opposed to what this guy will be critiquing in his video. So in a way, it's unfair for me to tar the video with a brush of standardisation we have laid down when he is not subject to it. So my only avenue is to critique the failings of the flat earthers. It just feels sad straight off the bat that this is the way this is going. Anybody else feel the same? Clearly not.
What if we lived here? What if this is where we
go any other way, was it?
Pardon?
So if you're being realistic, where's he gone? Who's he talking to? Is it going to go any other way? The issue you've got, you see, is it is different standards. and different approaches and different aims specifically. We want to demonstrate to people the bullshit of the ball. We don't want to have to make claims, certain things you can hold us to, but we're not really in the business of providing paradigms. Yet, I would suggest to you, the people that are at this conference that are interviewed are of that ilk. And it's not that they want to destroy the ball. They want to tell you about the flat earth and how it works.
Well, Dave's got his wild speculation up on screen.
Yeah. There you go. Look, there you go. There's a great example of it. Yeah. It's not just an ice wall that he can't prove. He's going to give you a Gartha. Yeah. Lots of other familiar sounding names from Norse and Vedic history to describe these completely made. This makes us look silly. Unless we're going to go and play Dungeons and Dragons on it, what use is it?
Right there, everything that you know is a lie.
You just haven't looked into it.
David Weiss.
That's a blanket statement to nowhere.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, that's all I need to say. It's a blanket statement to nowhere. It's to say that it doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? You can't claim that everything you know is a lie, or so. It doesn't make any sense.
No. I mean, there are more nuanced examples where we... Go ahead, who's that? Arwin, go ahead, sorry.
It was me. I'm saying they haven't 2015. They're still in this.
You're roboting. In this particular instance, right? Although it's a sweeping statement and a gross generalization, the sentiment I get, only because I know Dave, not that well, but know well enough to understand where the sentiment would be from or leading to. And again, this could be down to the edit for all I know. So, we'll give Dave the benefit of the doubt. But when we, or if we were to qualify this in this regard, we would qualify it with some example. So, for example, Conspiracy Cats comes up with this discussion that he had with Haunted House, where just for a friend, he's asking about the contemplation you might have to have about all the other potential lies that would need investigation upon realization that you've been deceived in this regard about the nature of the very ground you're standing on. That would necessarily imply that there are other lies that may need investigation. That's quite a scary concept. Now, that is quite complex to give out to an audience, therefore needs a reasonable amount of caveat to have it qualified in such a fashion that you don't just make it into a gross exaggeration. Not everything you are told is a lie. But with a bit of qualification and a bit of spit and polish, it suddenly makes sense as a coherent statement to express the fear in a potential opponent, maybe in this instance, although Dave doesn't know it at this stage, where their fear of the great potential deception that may befall them, much of which they may have contemplated or even recognised already in terms of media deception that they may have to contemplate if there is such a big fraud being perpetrated upon the Western world. And that's, like I say, a complex notion that isn't great to summarise as everything you know is a lie. Anyway.
I flew to Connecticut to meet up with a man named Flat Earth Dave, who took me into his attic to convert me into a flat earther. How long have you been a flat earther?
Around 2014, I was doing a podcast about conspiracy theories, and people started sending me flat earth stuff, and I was like, oh, that's ridiculous. I have an open mind, but not to that. And then finally, another researcher who I respect very much said, Dave, you got to look.
Fairly standard interview stuff, nothing to criticise so far.
Look at this, and she sent me a couple of videos, and I started watching them with the idea just to disprove it.
Okay.
The flat earth is stupid, right?
Before we were using...
Like I say, fairly standard warm-up stuff. Spin past this advert.
You were a round earther.
We were all globe earthers.
Got it.
All of us. Because we've been indoctrinated since before preschool.
To first understand...
That's not true. So there's many members of Phuket Word, Nick, friend of the show, check his channel out, Phuket Word. So he's an ex-reporter, hence the channel intonation of a newspaper type heading. But Nick and his family out in Phuket, many of them weren't like us indoctrinated into the notion of a flat earth. in many ways, it was incredibly alien to, I think he said it was his wife, actually. I'd have to clarify. I don't want to speak for Nick. But I've interviewed Nick and I know him reasonably well and know that there are plenty of people he could directly refer to that were not indoctrinated into the notion of being on a globe Earth. So, again, that sweeping generalization simply isn't true.
And the flat Earth, I would have to throw.
Go on. Whoever it was from the Discord? No?
Throw away the idea of a globe and relearn an entirely new model for how the planet works.
Contradiction in terms. How the planet works. New model. No, you don't need a model. We don't live on a model. But what's going to happen next is we're going to have the ideal anti-flat Earth versus flat Earth scenario where we offer up a false dichotomy model for them to critique. They offer up a claim to be globe model that's based on flat Earth measurements and say that one of them's got to prove the true world. When we don't live on a model, it's a reification fallacy.
The world ocean, think of it as a giant lake with all of the continents.
Okay. Why? Have you verified that, Dave? Now you've got to stand by that claim.
As islands.
I can roll with this now.
The shore
You can roll with it, can you? Yeah, so do a lot of people that listen to this bullshit.
line of our world is Antarctica.
Is it? Have you verified that, Dave? No, you have not. So you're as bad as the people who deceive you onto being a globe, because you've now decided that we're wrapped up in an ice wall, because you regurgitate the feast of nonsense based on a few maps you've looked at. Yeah, you give us a bad rep.
Foundation of Antarctica is higher than any other continent. So people go,
Is it? How many continents have you been on, Dave? Checked all their elevations with respect to sea level? See, me, I'd be referencing their heights with respect to sea level and how that topographical description proves a flat Earth. Because just with the nonsense you're spewing and the rhetoric you're claiming, I can take that and prove a flat Earth with it. What you're doing is making up nonsense for this guy to take apart with ease. Go on, Neil. Go on, Neil. I know that was you.
What?
Absolutely.
Mute, Neil.
Just mute, Neil. If you either want to, yeah.
well, why can't you fall off the edge of the flat Earth? Because if you're on a lake.
So he didn't ask you that question. You asked it, and now you're going to answer it, are you, Dave? So you're now cementing the notion of there being an edge and asking why we wouldn't fall off it. This is straight off the Feast of Nonsense table from Dave Weiss.
Right? And you sail to the edge of the lake. Can you fall off the lake? No. You step up onto the land. We're not allowed to go beyond 60 degrees south. That pink line, the Antarctic Treaty doesn't allow anyone to independently explore beyond that. Now, you can spend $10,000, $20,000, $50,000 to go to Antarctica for a couple of days. They'll take you to the little peninsula off the tip of Santiago, off of South America.
This is true.
Now, that peninsula is bigger than many countries. And they'll show you some ice.
So what? Anybody? So what? Anybody at all?
Well, there is no what.
And some penguins, but no one's independently allowed to explore beyond it. What's beyond?
So what?
Beyond it? I don't know. Early 1900s, they were talking about.
What I would say is that he's talking about a place that he hasn't gone to, and then he's saying he can't go to explore because no one's allowed. So how can he make claims about it?
I have no idea. It
You know
makes
what I
no
mean?
sense to me.
Sorry?
I said I have no idea. It makes absolutely no sense to me. But it's there out there hanging a claim that he's now incapable of backing. Just line him up for them to knock him down, I guess.
More land beyond Antarctica. What about this?
Whoa.
This makes sense. What if we lived here? What if this is where we lived? Right?
What? They want to be God. Don't they? You want to be God, Dave? What if? Well, what if? What use is a what if? I don't understand any of this. This is so alien to me.
Right there. These are other ponds with their own suns.
Are they? On your little screen there? And? We live there, do we? Prove it. Makes us
No,
look
this
like...
what we're seeing here is what in 2014, 15, the mind of Martin Kenny came up with this. He merged Christianity, Vedic astrology, and I said Dungeons and Bloody Dragons into that model there that you see. He's the first guy that's, you know, put that. People have run with it. And now it's being pumped as our reality. It's really disappointing, isn't it? That you get the opportunity to speak to somebody that's bigger, can reach people. And this is what you do with your opportunity.
Yeah.
It's demoralizing in a way.
I agree. I mean, so far we haven't had a single critique of this Tyler Oliveira guy, but please, as I've suggested before, my call to action, hopefully you guys will talk in a moment after with the caller to action. Just thought I'd drop that in before I do it. Let him know, at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, in the vague hope that he would do the same for us, but leave him a nice comment, because so far so good. We're 2.5 minutes almost into this video, and I don't think we've said a bad word against him, and all we've done is criticise the people he's criticising, just for very different reasons. So maybe he'd be pleased to hear this, because it would certainly sharpen his wit when it comes to flat earthers, if nothing else. So far so good for you, Tyler. All we've done is criticise the people you've been in front of. not that unexpected. But yeah, go and let him know. There's a link going by in the live stream chat now, so click on it. Go and help him in the algorithmic love that we do not receive from YouTube. And just let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Hopefully he'll do the same for us.
I'd like to say that something here. David Boyce and the likes, they keep on presenting maps, like the Gleason's map, the AE map, which are basically just the same thing. And like these maps that show other lands outside that area shown on the Gleason's map, blah, blah, blah. Now, they make a point of not watching us. They make a point of demeaning us. They make a point of telling their audience to stay away from us. I have shown with time zones that map is wrong. That projection underneath the latitude and longitude grid on the Gleason's map and the AE map, they're wrong. It's completely wrong. Of course it's wrong because Australia is not that big, right? But they are not watching us, so they're punting something that is complete and utter horse manure. And they're punting it as a real map, almost.
We live in a tiny pond that is Earth as we know it, trapped by the Antarctic walls and NASA soldiers? Maybe.
Maybe. You didn't get any evidence, so you're just parroting his speculation. Fair enough. Go ahead, whoever that was. Somebody from Discord wanted to get... Was that you, Rayleigh? No?
Legitimately think if I take some time and the viewers take time to look into all the information you provided,
100%.
we will come to the same conclusion.
1,000%.
Yeah. This guy's got a great angle on this. Saying, based on what you've just told me, would that prove Earth's flat? He already knows the answer. That's what this video is clearly going to be about, isn't it? The answer's no, isn't it?
It doesn't mean anything, does it?
No. No. So, Dave, if you're watching this, pay attention. You failed miserably with your techniques. Now, I have attempted to offer Dave a better way of doing things. And when I got to explanations of the scientific method, he shut me down. I was being humiliated by, let's face it, better YouTubers who can see the cracks in his garbage, same as we can.
I offer 3 Bitcoins for 1 globe proof.
Oh, really? Who defended those Bitcoins for you, Dave? Was it you? Were you the one that stopped people getting them? It wasn't. It was me. You approached me knowing full well that I would be capable of defending any globe claimant, not amateurs like this guy, no offence to you, my friend, against their claims for the Bitcoin. It was me that had to defend that, not you. You were incapable, and now this is the situation you find yourself in.
Right? Because all the questions you're going to come up with, what about gravity? What about satellites? What about eclipses? What about seasons? What about sunsets? And all of that's answered.
Dave was prepared to destroy my top 10 list of reasons why the Earth is round.
Well, let's do that now. Top 10 round Earth arguments. Gravity. That's not a round Earth argument. Gravity, number one, requires a flat plane to describe it in both Newtonian and Einsteinian pseudo force-based time bending. That's not a globe Earth proof. Not only is it not a globe Earth proof, it's flat Earth dependent to extrapolate out orbital motions and gravity. Your bending pseudo-Riemannian fourth space-time invented by Einstein is merely a concept, and mass attracting mass in Newtonian name only was superseded by Einsteinian pseudo-geometry 108 years ago. So that's that ticked off the list. Your pseudo-geometry doesn't prove a globe Earth. The horizon? Really? Now, Dave Weiss should know better. The horizon is not Earth curve. It was debunked in 2020. If the horizon... Now, you haven't put anything to qualify this, but we can only infer, knowing full well, that you think it's a sphere edge, hill getting in the way of boats and buildings. If the horizon was a sphere edge, then every distance to it could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet as laid down in the Earth curve maths. The distance to the horizon in the black swan imagery, denoted by 2 oil rigs at set distances, is beyond the limitation of a sphere edge horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet in your Earth curve maths. Therefore, the horizon is not a sphere edge and the Earth is not a sphere. Conclusively debunked years ago. Space is a second law of thermodynamics violation. If the sky was space, that's an area of volume that gas could fill, then the second law of thermodynamics, by way of a description of dispersion, would leave us with no gas to breathe. On the contrary, space is the undoing of the heliocentric rhetoric. You can't have gas pressure without a container, and in your rhetoric, you believe there's an area above your head, a space, that gas would fill, in line with natural law, but it just isn't. But your rockets can go through that space, where the gas isn't filling. So space undoes your religion. Atmo what now? Sphere-shaped air? Oxymoron, mate. Air doesn't take the shape of a sphere. Let's break down that word for you, because you're dumb. Atmo means air. Sphere is a shape. Atmo, air, gases, take the shape of their containment. They don't arbitrarily form in the shape of a sphere. Show me some sphere-shaped air. Oh, you won't be able to do it beyond your reification fallacy of atmosphere wrapped around a ball in a sky vacuum, not dispersing into it. The space, that is. Covered that already. Satellites, and what, images from them? So that would require a description of their orbital motion, if you're going to infer sphericity from them. Orbital motion, covered by descriptions of angles taken from flat planes. Images? What images? Surely that would mean photographs if you were going to claim that they're proof of anything. Meanwhile, your images and composites taken from a sky vacuum, I think we covered this already, you don't have any. All of your claim to be photos, actually images, composites, aren't capable of being taken from a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum if you profess to prove a sphere with them. Other planets? That's part of your reification fallacy given to you by the church, describing their orbital motion to derive when Easter will be, who Kepler and Huygens and various other high-up church members, who only needed to know where these quote-unquote planets would be so they'd know when Easter would be. Again, utilization of angle measurements from a flat plane to infer orbital motion and planets. What about airplanes? Doesn't the name itself suggest that you're going to need a plane for that? They're working with the horizontal. They're flying above a plane. Impossible to cover up. I have no idea what that is. Don't even want to cover it. Means nothing. Doesn't prove a sphere. If your top globe Earth arguments are impossible to cover up, well, cover up what? The necessity for a flat plane in this instance is the only thing that has been impossible to cover up because we expose it daily. A good chunk of what you've got on your list requires a flat plane, including orbital motion. Not only that, atmosphere, oxymoron, sphere-shaped air, when described with its elevation, is described with respect to sea level. There's several things on it that require a flat plane. So when you say it's impossible to cover up, you're damn straight. Flat Earth is impossible to cover up. All of your globe claims require it. Well, that was concise. Done on the fly, live, without any prompting. Let's see how Dave gets on.
Starting with...
Hang on, Nathan.
What is that?
Nathan.
Hang on.
Yes.
I've something to say. You go, Neil, I'll go after you.
I was just going to say, it's a shame, but it's very sad what this poor guy's got to listen to. Why couldn't David Weiss do what you just did, Nathan?
He could. He wanted to shut me down when I tried to educate him in this stuff, how to have better arguments. He shut me down. Well, we now know why he shut me down. Most of his posse like to claim scientific validity when they don't have any. So when we expose the magic tricks of the pseudoscience of the globe and how they pretend to have scientific validity, like the guy yesterday, fallacy of division, I've got isolated variables, therefore this is proof. It's the inference. And that's what they do. All of Dave's posse. They use that magic trick. So me pointing out to him how that magic trick is employed by the globe side so you can defend it also means he's got to use that sword against his own side. He didn't want to do that. Too good a charlatan, too big a con, too much money to be made, too many apps to be sold. And they all want the dream. They want a replacement. The people who come to this subject will very quickly need a replacement for what they've had taken away. Dave knows the quickest route to success is to offer it them. What if it's this? Well, that'll satisfy the people that need a replacement for the globe they've just lost. So he's tapped into that. We threaten that. But he didn't want to know. He doesn't want to know about having good arguments that will actually prove a flat earth. He wants to offer an alternative paradigm to lost souls who come here. That's all he's doing.
Well, what I wanted to say about it is I find it strange that I noticed that recently that Globers, and this guy Tyler is a Glober, has been coming up with airplanes as a proof of a globe. Now, what that is an attempt to hijack what is an absolute, the best, absolute, without a doubt, the best globe destroyer in existence is air flight. Right? There is nothing that can comparison to it. There's a few close ones, but nothing better. Why are they coming up with that as a globe proof? They're trying to hijack the very thing that absolutely annihilates them. Now, I guarantee you, if Dave Weiss was asked about airplanes, the last thing he'd come up with is the lift effect, or being able to detail it. He could give some ad hoc thing that can be destroyed, or at least given some kind of a rebuttal to by someone like this guy Tyler. Like, I personally, I can't speak for you, Nathan, the rest of the panel, or anyone else watching, but as far as I'm concerned, this guy Tyler and Dave are friends, and this is all part of Dave's plan to make everyone in this arena on our side look stupid.
Don't speculate about his motivation. No, don't stop. Don't speculate about his motivation.
Why not? I'm allowed to say what I want.
You can.
I can say what I want.
I'm going to stop. You have, and I'm still going to stop you, even though you've already done it. And you've got to do it, and I can't take that away. I can't turn back time. But my objection still stands, which is to say he is making us look stupid. That's demonstrably showable in this video. It's easy to prove that. But to question his motivation in that regard to achieve that ends is a step too far as I'm concerned. You may have your opinion, as everybody can. But no, it's demonstrably the case that it does make us look stupid. I don't have to speculate about his motivation.
Okay, well, your opinion and my opinion are different. I would normally not go to motivation, but I don't feel that there is any other route to take at this stage. And I haven't done for quite some time.
This constant, I agree.
Yes,
Absolutely correct.
But just talking about gravity, so supposedly at the very, very perfect center, there's a molecule that says, I wanna feel
Ads.
Everything come to me.
And it's because it has higher mass, or it's heavier?
I don't know, man, right? And neither do the scientists that claim it. They said there's not enough gravity to hold all of the solar system together.
Okay.
So they go, well, there has to be dark matter and dark energy, because if there isn't, then gravity's a lie. When you have a scientist...
What?
No, that's not how that works at all.
Don't correct him on his total lack of globe acumen. Yeah, no, no, Dave, no.
Scientific theory, and you have 96% of it's wrong. You probably throw out the theory, but in cosmology, they go, no, we'll just make up something to fill in that 96%. If I borrowed $100 from you and I gave you 4, I go, we're even, and you're like, no, where's the other 96? I'm like, well, there's dark dollars. Dark dollars. Are you good with that? Because I understand that gravity is complete and total nonsense.
Why? We're gonna find out.
It's a bold claim, though, right, for the average person. Ships.
This is a bold claim. So after all of that, his response was a total hand wave, and rightly so, because you offered him nothing to decry their claims of gravity. You didn't ask him to clarify what gravity is. You took it upon yourself as a flat earther to start badly taking it apart based on a total misapprehension of what it is or isn't, and what science is saying about it, and theories for it. And now we can move on, having you, David Weiss, done all the work for him. He didn't have to do anything, did he? Right. Oh, God. I'm going to take my hat off to you, Tyler. Genius. You didn't have to do anything, did you? He did it all for you. You have taken Quantum Eraser's advice and just said, just let them talk. Just leave them to it. Give them that rope and watch them tie around their own neck.
And the horizon. The horizon is the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet.
So when somebody sees a ship appear to go over the horizon, they go, oh, that's Earth curve. But if the Earth was...
What's going on? Dave, this isn't your claim, mate. What he's just done is given you the definition of a horizon, where the land or sea meets the sky, the apparent location. He just defined it for you. And now you, on his behalf, without any prompting, are going to launch into what globers say. This isn't your responsibility. You're getting duped. You are being rolled over by this guy. Completely. Anthony's joining. I wonder why. Hey, Anthony. Hello.
Yo, yo.
Hello. You've normally got a purpose in joining.
Not today.
Okay.
No.
I'll carry on.
Curve, there would be a set distance that it would have to disappear. What do I mean by that? The Earth is 24,901 miles around. According to globe math, the drop is 6 feet at just 3 miles. So if you're a 6 foot tall person standing at the edge of perfectly calm water on a perfectly clear day, you should not be able to see the surface of that water beyond 3 miles because it's...
So, are you a glober now, Dave? You seem to be making the globe Earth argument for him. What's going on? This seems like some parallel reality. What's going on? Can anybody explain to me what's going on? This seems weird.
It's dipping over your physical horizon at 3 miles away. But we have pictures where we can zoom in. We can see an oil rig at 17 miles away, whatever. We see many things, but we can see the surface of the water beyond the oil rig. When the water is at complete and total rest, it's perfectly, measurably, testably, provably flat. We can watch.
Wow. That was the most useless rendition of the Black Swan I have ever heard. What a total fail. That was David Weiss attempting to give us a rendition of the Black Swan argument. Let's just give you a proper rendition of the Black Swan argument in its most concise form, offered up originally in 2020 by Quantum Eraser. I used it when I debunked his list. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to the geometric horizon can be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That is if P, then Q. The distance to the horizon in the Black Swan images, which are the distance denoted by oil rigs that I specified earlier, the horizons beyond the anchored to the ground at a fixed distance oil rigs in the Black Swan image, and beyond the fixed geometric limitations of an Earth sphere radius 3959. Therefore, the horizon is not Earth curve. The Earth is not a sphere. That is the Black Swan. Dave didn't give that.
Watch a ship go over the horizon, and it looks like it disappears.
Yeah.
But
Here is terminology. All he's doing is affirming by linguistics globe Earth belief. Boats going over the horizon, or over the physical geometric limitation they call Earth curve debunked in 2020, Dave. You're using language that affirms globe belief at every step. This guy's going to be totally justified when he says he's affirmed his globe belief from this, because that's all you've done for him.
If I could be so bold as to say something.
Go ahead.
Yeah. What I see happening here is either one of two things. I'll entertain you because of our last interaction. Either one, Dave is intentionally making a mess of the Black Swan argument, right? And over the course of time, getting that bad version of it, like just an incorrect version, a very poor version of it out to the public and demoralizing it or demeaning it or taking away its validity, number one, right? He's either on purpose doing that, or number two, he should never have been allowed near it because he's not capable of actually understanding how to relay it. Even if he can understand it, he can't understand how to relay it. The man should stay away from it because he's not capable of relaying the information. So what good is information if you can't relay it? Means nothing, is it?
In reality, we can zoom back in and bring those ships back into view after they completely appeared to disappear. Things disappear because of the angular resolution limits of our eyes.
Interesting perspective.
Because when you're...
Again, you know, you might be able to flex your understandings of angular resolution, but you don't need to. You're not the one with the positive claim about what the horizon is. You don't need to make any claims about the horizon as a flat earther. But not only are you doing it for him, you've now offered up the globe Earth claim and the false dichotomy flat Earth claim to prove when you don't need to. Everything on the table for he's not even said a word, false dichotomy has now been put in place by Dave.
You're in an Olympic-sized swimming pool, perfectly clear water. You go, we've got your goggles on, you go at one end of the pool, you can't see the other end of the pool. Why? The water's perfectly clear. Because it's not perfectly clear. It becomes more opaque over distance. The air is the same thing. Why is it that I can go out at night, take a picture of the stars, and...
Terra is the IT.
Yeah, none of this is proving the flat Earth.
every year on the same night forever, I can go out and take this exact same pictures and none of the stars have changed. When we're moving 4.5 billion miles a year, they tell us that they're...
He's postulating and positioning his arguments from the position of a globe. We're moving at this particular distance from the sun. Oh, are we? Why is he doing this? I don't understand this.
The Earth wobbles, right? We move 1 degree every 76 years.
Do we?
In the Great Pyramid of Giza, there's also a shaft that points at Polaris. And we're like, hold on, with that wobble, how's it pointing at Polaris? You know what the mainstream argument is? Well, there used to be a different North Star 2,000 years ago. We just happen to live in the time where it's pointing towards this other star.
I see.
What happens when you open a pressurized can of soda? You open it, what do you hear?
I can't muck this up, can he?
What's going on there?
Carbon dioxide's exiting the can?
Well, the gas that's higher pressure than the outside air is equalizing instantly.
Sure.
So you open it.
Cool. We're on to a winner. It's got to be a winner for Dave, this one. Second law of thermodynamics. Come on, Dave, you can do it.
So they try to equalize. So the heliocentric model says, we live on a ball surrounded by water, surrounded by air, adjacent to a void, a vacuum of space, to the lowest pressure possible. Why doesn't the air all fly up? And the only answer you can come up is, well, gravity's holding it down. What about...
Why are you offering him up a question rather than a statement of fact? You can't have gas pressure without a container. It's about as concise as you can make this as an argument. The gas pressure we're all breathing requires containment. It's an antecedent-consequent relationship. Not, why isn't it filling the sky vacuum that's definitely true? So Dave's now left this guy with the notion of, well, why isn't it filling the sky vacuum that's definitely true? The gas would fill the space is the statement you need to make. You need to be affirmative in what you're disproving in his religion when you say that. Gas fills space. Do you understand, Mr. Blue T-shirt Tyler? Yes, I understand. Gas fills space. Right, he did well on first step. Used a can as an example. Perfect. Okay. Is space a space? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Gas fills space. There you go. You see how I won that argument with 3 frigging words, Dave? But you're asking him why it doesn't fill a vacuum that is definitely above our heads. The space that's definitely still true in your argument. You useless man. Why are you doing this?
High up in the sky where gravity's supposed to be less. How come it's not?
So you're claiming gravity on his behalf too, right? Gravity's the answer. Gas go down, go boom, boom on his behalf. He hasn't even... Has he said more than 5 words so far, this guy?
I don't get it. Is he like trying to Give the baller his baller defense or something. Like,
Dave, he's a walking regurgitation of the feast of nonsense. Not only does his opponent not have to do anything, you can just sit him on the chair, film him, and Dave will give both false dichotomy side for the globe that actually uses a flat plane and the crap that he spews about what they might or might not want to believe about some map he's put in front of him as a false dichotomy. The guy's got every bit of the ingredients. He hasn't even got to walk to the shops. He's in Dave's house.
Right, so Dave is basically scattergunning himself at this point.
Yes, that's the brilliant. I knew there's a reason we keep Arwen around. Dave Weiss is scattergunning himself with feast of nonsense false dichotomies.
Gas violently fills the available space, but for some reason...
So how do we have a vacuum in space?
Exactly.
See, he's just taken what Dave did in terms of how the argument was phrased and put it back to him. Well, how do we have the vacuum of space that we've definitely still got in the way you phrased this? We don't. Let's see if Dave says that.
Exactly.
What do you have to say to the...
Exactly your question of, well, how have we still definitely got the sky vacuum that we've definitely got? Not exactly. We don't. Space is fake. Have you made sure he's clear on that point, Dave? Because it seems like he's moving on. Knowing that space is real, because you asked how gas wouldn't fill the definitely still true and real space that you haven't debunked. Oh my God, I can't believe he's messed this up. Even with the most cutting-edge argument that is really easy to argue, gas fills space. What's that? There's a space above our heads? You understand gas fills space? This couldn't be any easier. But the guy's managed to just put his own postulation that's Dave's back to him to win. I'm so disappointed.
The photographs, satellite images that have been provided to us.
Satellite images. So what's satellite images?
So here you go, what, from the sky vacuum? I did it when I went through his list, didn't I? So what, from the sky vacuum? There's no sky vacuum. You're not getting pictures from it. There you go. That's the end of that argument. If you make sure you've won with the last argument that very few people will lose with, unless they're completely useless. But you managed to lose with it, so now you can't use it against this.
Images. Here's the blue marble that was on everyone's iPhone.
And is this 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum? And this a high-pressure gas? You know, with your can example, Dave, that's where you need to actually point out that this is high-pressure gas and this is a sky vacuum, a space for gas at high pressure to fill. That's the end of this argument. This is not a photograph because it would have to have come from a second law of thermodynamics violation, sky vacuum, that you could have won with if you understood how to win. This guy just needs to bloody wind you up and let you talk, and he's winning.
And if you look at the clouds, made in Photoshop, right? And the guy that...
Sorry, you look at the clouds are made in Photoshop. No. If these clouds were really a photograph, then they'd be filling the availability of volume. That's supposed to be the most powerful vacuum known to man next to it. Directly next to it. Like literally in the photo that it's not, pixels away from it.
The guy that made this, his name is Robert Simon. He's a...
Yeah, this is supposed to be a sky vacuum. And this is supposed to be high-pressure gas, and there's nothing containing it, making it automatically fake. Doesn't matter that someone made it or how they made it or what makes it look wrong. The notion that this is in a vacuum, it debunks the entire premise of being on a globe, because their globe's in a vacuum, and high-pressure gas needs containment to form pressure, and it would fill the space. Now, Dave can't even win with that.
Digital artist for NASA. He said he made it in Photoshop. 2012 image, 2002 image. Look at the United States. How did it get so much bigger? Here's a 1978 picture and a 2017 picture, right? But what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with it? This is supposed to be a 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum, and this is supposed to be covered in high-pressure gas without containment. It's a violation of a law of nature, the second law of thermodynamics, dispersion. Like with your can example, what happened to the higher pressure inside the can at a minuscule difference between it and atmospheric pressure? In name only, oxymoron. Meanwhile, the very slight difference between that can and the atmospheric pressure created a differential that necessitated dispersion in line with entropic law. That would be so much more amplified that we would never achieve gas pressure at surface level ever if the sky was a vacuum. The very first particle of gas would come out of the ground and immediately vacate into the availability of space, never to return. And every subsequent gas particle that ever was produced ever in the history of time would vacate into this area of space to never bounce off anything ever. Because the area that you can see containing this frame isn't a container for the gas to bounce off and come back to create a high pressure for us to breathe. This nonsense has no containment and instead has a violation of the law of nature known as the second law of thermodynamics in the very picture that it isn't. You see, that's how I would debunk it, but I understand how the argument Dave lost with moments earlier works. Dave thinks it's important to point out how this is photoshopped.
Picture. All the clouds are the same. So from 1978 to
the clouds that would disperse into the sky vacuum.
2017, the clouds never changed?
They'd never have formed. If you understood the how gas pressure can't form without containment argument, they'd never have formed in the first place. That would be the much stronger argument.
Identical.
Oh, I see the circled one. Yeah, you're right. Why don't we have a photo of Antarctica?
Exactly.
Oh, here we go. Dave's going to get the opportunity to talk total complete nonsense.
If you look at Antarctica from space,
it's always clouds?
No, it's not clouds, it's cartoons. They don't even have images.
Sorry, if we look at Antarctica from space, sack him. Why is he a flat earther? Get him out of my arena. I hate this. If we look at Antarctica from space, so preface this notion that you're going to try and debunk or prove, we don't know yet, Dave could go either way, with a picture taken from the sky vacuum. You know, this area of Antarctica, real or not, people have been claimed to have walked on it. So let's say that they only go to the outside extremities, regardless of where the hell they claim it is. People have definitely been here for the sake of this discussion, and they could breathe. Well, how are they breathing if this black area is a 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum? Answer, they can't. They'd suffocate. They'd never have any gas to breathe. Ever. But Dave is telling you about pictures of the bloody place from that area that we've just debunked with gas pressure and how it needs containment. The antecedent-consequent relationship. Straight over Dave's head, because he needs photos from space. Can't take photos from space, Dave. There are no pictures of Antarctica from space. The place is a violation of natural law, Dave. It would seem like you understood it, but you didn't. You argued it and then lost immediately by your own stupidity. There are no pictures from space. Space is fake. Gas fills space.
Whoa. Other planets are spherical.
No. These images are not images that have been taken through telescopes. They certainly aren't images that have been taken through binoculars, which would give you three-dimensionality. So your inference of sphericity for planets is benign. You don't have any three-dimensionality through a telescope. How are you acquiring three-dimensionality of anything? It may look three-dimensional. You may infer that it's three-dimensional. You may utilize a flat plane to derive orbital mechanics to say that the lights and how you perceive them are moving with respect to a flat plane in an orbital manner. Now, notwithstanding that you will need a flat plane to describe them in that spherical manner, you do not see them in that manner. You only have a two-dimensional view of them through a telescope, not a three-dimensional view. You don't have binocular vision to them. Now, I swiftly deal with your stupid notions because you inevitably will lean on the notions that require a flat plane in terms of angle descriptions of orbital motion when you infer that you have sphericity to the planets.
If this is that, then that must be this.
Have you ever looked up in the sky and seen Jupiter?
I've never even seen a planet in the sky, I'll be honest.
Okay, well, you have. You just didn't even notice it because they look like a bright star. Disney and NASA that work together want you to believe in other planets and other worlds, okay? We can zoom in on stars and planets and they're pulsing orbs of energy. What are they?
Orbs? Are they? Has Dave backed this shite that he's now spewing for financial gain? No, he is not.
Love to know. I don't know. Your head is the sun, and it's holding on to the earth.
1 second, Nathan.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I tried to get in before you started it. Dave said that NASA and Disney want you to believe in other worlds. Is that not the same thing that Dave is trying to promote at present?
Absolutely. He had it on his little TV screen for the guy to postulate whether or not this was the world. He wanted to believe it was. Dave's guilty of it. He wants to use the magic trick. they also, on that side of this discussion, with Jaron, Whitsitt, Dave, Bob when he was alive, they all peddle ideas as truth to satisfy lost souls who've come to Flat Earth having lost their former understanding. They need a new one, and they need a guru to give it them. Dave's giving it them and then critiquing the people who gave him the globe like he's doing anything different.
Earth, and it's pulling it, it's letting it go fall around you, okay? Right? But I got a moon here, and this moon is going around the Earth. When it comes towards the sun, shouldn't the sun kind of...
Shouldn't he be doing this? Shouldn't he be trying to prove this to you? Why are you making this example holding up a ball and demonstrating how a ball works? Doesn't that make you the baller? Because he's not doing it. He's not guilty of this. His crap example's not being made. You're making it.
Pull it a little bit, and when it comes around away from the sun, shouldn't it be slowed down a little bit?
But the laws of inertia, right, would argue that it's stuck in this elliptical.
You're making up things because you're trying to defend your position. Which...
Or what, an elliptical orbit? Orbits. Oh, that's interesting. Those descriptions of angle measurements from a flat plane. You can only need a flat plane to describe orbits. I wonder if Dave knows that. Hasn't been keeping up to date with the flat Earth debate.
Well, I mean, the Globers will say that the gravity of the...
Does he know that the elliptical descriptions, right, they came as a direct consequence of the church? I mentioned this earlier as well, I believe, preemptively. The church wanted to know when Easter was. So they had to figure out a better way of describing the motions of the stars, which up until then they didn't have a predictive handle on. They were getting it wrong. Therefore, they weren't telling their congregations when Easter would be correctly. They needed to figure out when it was, what weekend after, what full moon. They needed to know what alignment of the planets would let them know when that would be, because it is directly laid down by the alignment of the planets. So they needed a better system. So it's not Copernicus, is it? It's Kepler came up with orbital motions that were elliptical at the behest of the church. Now, those elliptical motions of orbits are descriptions of angles taken off a flat plane. The angle measurements are with respect to a flat Earth. That's how orbits are described. So while this guy talks about elliptical something or other, giving me a good idea of what I already know, he's an amateur and doesn't really know much about this stuff, that's fine. He's not a specialist in it like Dave. Shouldn't know better, right? Well, elliptical what? Orbits. Derived from flat plane motions, based on angles, measured off a flat plane, at the behest of the church to better define when Easter is. Kepler made them elliptical. So that's where you've got your notion that this proves a globe from, Tyler. Well, you're wrong, because the elliptical orbits that you were mentioning when Dave seems to be in the hot seat for proving a globe while holding a globe and talking about how globes work. Bloody outrage, you're supposed to be a flat earther, what are you doing, man? Well, he just came back with elliptical orbits, didn't he? You need a flat earth for that, Tyler. Now, if you let Tyler know, at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with the link that I'm going to be putting into the live stream chat right now, in the vain hope that Tyler would respond and put a link to my video, I wonder if the offer for $1,000 stands. He wanted proof. I'm offering him it. With his own claim and his own words. Few though they've been. Didn't need many, did I, Tyler? Do I get the $1,000 that you were offering? Because you wanted proof, and I'm going to give it you in your own words. Fully backed up with the history of where they came from. That you can verify for yourself in terms of Kepler and his elliptical motions given to you at the behest of a church based on angle measurements from a flat Earth. Those are facts you can verify for how your notions of orbital motions about sphere Earth, reifications, check that word too, pretty big, Tyler, you look it up, are actually measured off a flat Earth. I'd like $1,000. I'm pretty poor. I get no algorithmic love, which is why I'm hoping, in the vain hope, that you'll give me some, Tyler, even though I'm critiquing you. Not really, not that much. It's more Dave than you. Right? I'd like that $1,000. There you go. I've proven Earth is flat based on your measurements and notions of stuff you believe in. Ellipse. The orbital motion. That needs a flat Earth. Fact. Check it out for yourself and give me $1,000.
the Earth negates the gravity of the sun. So the sun can hold on to the Earth.
What? Again, Dave launching into his globe Earth rhetoric for some reason.
Hold on to Pluto, but it can't affect the moon. You know who is in charge of all international flights? NASA.
Whoa.
NASA is in charge of
Actually?
and they run GPS.
Not a commercial plane has flown over Antarctica?
No, none, ever.
Whoa, why?
Because you can't fly over Antarctica. Look there.
Mention GPS. You still there, Brian? Oh, no, I've gone to the shops. Oh, Brian.
Yeah. So I was just listening in, yeah. Yeah, but GPS, if you look at what is actually claimed concerning GPS and how it's claimed to work, even if we did live, and this is the main point with GPS, even if we did live on a globe, how they say it works wouldn't work. GPS requires something else than that. On top of that, GPS does use XYZ coordinates, which are flat plane coordinates. So it's always referencing a flat plane. And all the mapping within a GPS unit is all taken from surveying prior to the existence of GPS, because GPS started with surveying, not with the US military. And all of that mapping is what's known as ordnance survey mapping, and it's all derived from XYZ coordinates, which is XY, which is a horizontal plane, and Z, which is elevations above and below that horizontal plane. So XY would be mean sea level, and the Z would be all the elevations above and below mean sea level. It's always referencing a horizontal plane at all times. I won't go into, I can go in way more than that. I mean, I can go way more than that, but I don't need to.
No, well, you just need a concise summary at the end of it. GPS is a flat Earth system.
Yeah, there's one thing they do on the bigger scale. They claim that GPS is referencing the Universal Transverse Mercator map, right? They can coin, which is a map, a projection based off of a globe projection that was derived, back engineered from flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. But the whole point is that the Universal Transverse Mercator map is a projection based on a globe, but GPS is referencing the local area all the time, wherever you are locally. So it's constantly go from local to local to local to local. That's how it works. So it's not always referencing the Universal Transverse Mercator on the small scale. It is referencing it on the big scale. But you don't go from place to place on the big scale. You know, even aircraft fly a couple of 1,000 miles over a space of a long period of time. GPS works by small and local to the next small and local to the next small and local. That's a series of horizontal planes, all interlocking.
Perfect. Thank you.
Add to that, if we're talking about,
yeah, go ahead.
Shout out Rob Dunn. Fundamentally, radar is a flat Earth system. Yeah, it's return angles all calculated off a flat baseline. I'll say I'll go to Rob Dunn's video. He does he's an RAF dude, isn't he? So he gives you a good rundown how it couldn't possibly work on a ball, because you're looking at ping rates, and the only thing that's going to decide it is that ping rate to tell you where it is. But if it's curving away, you've got two positions instead of just the one position you're calculating. So yeah, radar.
And the other thing with radar is that if the Earth was curving away, the bulge would cast something called a radar shadow, and you'd never be able to get beyond the bulge, the horizon, because it would always be in shadow, so you'd never find anything. You'd have to have like radar stations that were like the height of Mount Everest to be able to see as far as they actually do, because the Earth bulge would get in the way, and that doesn't actually happen.
Yeah, and what I would say about the likes of GPS, what people have to remember, and Nathan, this is something that I think you didn't catch on to when I was speaking about it over time, is that anything they're going to reference in reality and use in reality, then they've got to reference reality to use it, right? Whether it be something farcical like an orbit calculation, or something that we actually use like GPS. Then they've got to reference reality, and reality is that we live on a horizontal plane with elevations above and below. That's reality. So that's what they've always got the reference. So GPS records the Earth. Doesn't. It's not that. Sorry, go on, Adam.
Battle of
just let me finish this.
Hang on.
So, well, 1 second. Right. It's not that GPS uses the flat Earth. It's that GPS could only work on a flat Earth because it has to reference reality.
Yes,
that's
I got
why
that.
it can only work on
No,
a
I got
flat
that. I actually discussed it
Go on,
before
Adam,
you got
sorry.
here in the pre-show.
So
you can't
the
mention
other one is the myth related to radar, isn't it? It's another one. So we won the Battle of Britain because we knew when the Luftwaffe were coming over, because we had radar. But the Germans didn't think it mattered. It didn't give us much of an advantage because the curve of the Earth would block the way. But we could see them leaving. Whether that's true or not, I remember reading that we could see them leaving. But the Germans were worried because they thought it would block by Earth curve.
And by extension, you can't have
Really?
you can't have a conversation about GPS or radar without mentioning Marconi. You got to mention Marconi because if the Earth was a ball, Marconi would not decide that he was going to try and ping, was it Wales down to Australia and Cornwall across to Newfoundland or whatever it is, New Canada or whatever it is in America. He wouldn't try that in the first place because the Earth's ball and these rays are obviously going straight. So you've got to mention Marconi because the very fact that he tried to do it in the first place tells you that Marconi, A, must have been a flat earther to even consider it, and B, by getting the positive result, proves that the Earth is flat.
And C, he was Italian.
And C, he was Italian. With that, I'm going to say, if you're watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
What's up, Anthony?
Oh man, I've got some fucking awesome news.
No swearing. Stop swearing.
Show was. I thought this is the after show as well, so I'll have to wait a little bit longer. I can't share it, and if we're being broadcast.
Yeah, this is being recorded. Right,
yeah, I'll have to wait.
I will have to step away for a bit. Hopefully, you'll keep the conversation going though.
Yeah, we'll find out more about what Anthony can't say.
Yeah. Well, we can't do it while Nathan's recording, obviously, but other than that, my life is fantastic. There's so many things I could say right now, but I'm not going to do because they'll just be twisted.
Hold them. Hold them.
Yeah.
Closes out.
Yeah. I'll hold them. Hold them. Texas holding. Well, all's good, John. All's good. How are you?
Not a great morning. Not one of my better mornings.
Have you had any snow yet?
No, but real close.
We've had snow, proper snow. The dogs are going nuts.
Really?
Oh, they were snapping up like fucking Zebedee, like snap, trying to eat the snow as it was falling on the sky.
No swearing. No swearing.
Stop swearing, Anthony.
I'm sorry.
Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Yeah, I had a bit of snow earlier in the week, but it was gone by the morning, so.
Tinfoil hat man, I'm warming up to you. I'm starting to like you.
Neil, I was worried about you and I don't even know you.
It's good to have everybody back again, except for 10th Man. He's still not here.
Yeah, what's going on with 10th?
10th Man has some issues going on, so, you got to keep him in your prayers. That's a rough thing, man.
What is he health-wise, or is it real world, or what?
It's real world. It's his wife, so something with his wife and health, yes.
Oh, I see.
Just keep him in your prayers. What you need to do. Hey,
Correct.
Tony, have you seen Tinfoil Hatman stuff? I'm trying to encourage him to go to St. Bees with his equipment. I think it'll crush it.
I've not seen anything. No.
What?
You've not seen his camera?
Up with the flat Earth debate?
No, I've not.
How dare you?
I'll be honest. I've not watched anything since the last conversation we had about angular size and how you guys don't understand it. So ever since then, I've not been paying any attention to it at all.
Oh, you got to see tinfoil hat man stuff. You have to, Anthony.
Well,
Yeah,
that's mature.
Well, you know, now Nathan's away, the claws can come out.
Is it angular size or angle size? That's what I want to know.
We can't have conversations about words that people don't understand because it causes arguments. If we understand the words, then we can.
Angular size or angle size is like, is that miles squared or square miles, right?
Is it pressurized gas?
I've heard of an
gas
angle
pressure.
grinder.
An angle grinder?
Yeah, that's Tony right now.
What's an angle grinder?
You right now.
Oh.
Adam, where's St. Bees?
We're
Go
on, Tony.
It's basically opposite Isle of Man. It's one of the closest points to the Isle of Man on the west coast of England. Just on the border between Scotland and England, but very close to Isle of Man.
Okay, because Formby Beach.
Yeah, it's north of that up the coast.
Right, okay, because Formby Beach, I think Isle of Man's about 60 miles from there, yeah?
Yeah, it's 34 miles from St. Bees. It's basically the pinch point where it's the closest point you can get to Isle of Man from England without going into Scotland.
Okay, understood, yeah.
Straight up to Carlisle on the M6, Penrith Junction, turn left. Stay on that road forever, and it takes you straight to the coast.
In summertime, I'll put the telescope on my bike and go up on my motorbike.
What bike you got?
A VTX 1800.
A VTX 1800? I don't even know what that is. What is that?
It's bigger engine than my car.
But who makes it? Suzuki?
It's Honda. You know Goldwing?
Oh, a Goldwing?
It's naked version of that. It's stripped down version of that. So it's basically a Goldwing, but it's like the naked version of it.
So it's like it looks like a bit like a Harley then, because like the Goldwing is all plastic in it.
Yeah, it's effectively a Harley, but more reliable because it's a Honda. Just get on it and don't worry about it. But anyway, it's got where I put the back box, I can actually sit the telescope. So yeah.
Did I sense some anti-American sentiment with their little
I absolutely love Harleys. Harleys are awesome bikes. They're always you just see them on the road all the time in the UK. You know what I mean? They're fantastic bikes. I've seen some awesome Harley Davidsons everywhere, and I love the bikes. But they're always you just see them at the side. You never see Honda VTXs at the side of the road. So that's
because no one's riding them.
No, because they're more
they're nice bikes, Harleys.
They're more reliable, definitely. You can't deny that, QE.
Yeah, Japanese.
Shut up, you commie sympathizer.
Hey, John should know this. He drives a Honda, don't you, John?
I do.
Any problems with it?
No.
There you go, then.
You see?
You have to ruin everything, Anthony.
Yeah, but if you said, what bike do you drive, John? And you say Harley Davidson, and then I say, have you had any problems with it? That's another conversation in itself.
Yes, it is.
But the good thing about Harleys is they're all belt driven. You can get belts anywhere for them.
I'm happy with my Honda. Thank you.
Is it shaft or chain? Shafters?
It should be.
Yeah,
it should be. You're a communist.
Say again, tinfoil hat man.
Yeah, shaft driven. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a Hayabusa, an original blue and silver one from 2000.
Yes. All right. Again,
Yes.
I had before this. I had a Bandit 1250.
A Bandit 1200, not 1250.
1200. Yeah, my mistake. Yeah, I didn't have the newer one is the 1250. I had the S1200, the older one, the carburetor one. Rapid, absolutely rapid. But that Hayabusa you've got, that's going to just do it on the top end, isn't it?
Man, and the acceleration, getting from like 60 up to like 150 is just, it's It's like a catapult.
Yeah, mate. Honestly, wow. You know, I had a mate with R1, and then another mate of souped up Fireblade. Honestly, the whole thing is just insane. But now I get a bit older. I want a bit of comfort, a bit of, and you know, I've got my wife. I got my wife and stuff. I don't want to lose my wife off the back. She's not happy.
Yeah, I know what you mean about a little bit of comfort. Now I don't even ride it. I go for the car instead because I want the comfort.
Rapid though, that thing, innit? It's got to be that Hayabusa. Oh my god!
If you put a stock Hayabusa against a stock R1, the R1 looks really slow compared to it.
That's insane. What colour did you say it was? Blue and white?
No, blue and silver, the traditional one.
Well,
It's got
nobody's going to see the colour of it.
Pardon?
Nobody's going to see the colour of it. You'll be just like,
No,
you know what I mean? Nobody's going to see the colour of that. No idea.
Yeah, it is good, but it is frighteningly quick though. I put it this way: I can't really get it to its maximum because it's just you need a very long straight road, and we don't have many of them over here.
Well, yeah, you have to get out. You have to get out of the communist countries that you live in.
Yeah.
I take it the front wheel lifts up when you accelerate in first gear.
Yeah, come to communist America.
The front wheel will lift up without slipping the clutch. You just got to bind it back far enough, and it'll just go all by itself.
Yeah,
anti-American sentiment from the Italians for some reason.
Anti-American sentiments.
It's just not a democracy anymore. They priced out the middleman.
Democracy, it shouldn't have been a democracy in the beginning. It should have been a republic.
What's the difference between a democracy and a dictator wearing a suit?
What?
The democracy guy just gets taxes instead of killing people. That is literally the only difference. Dictators. Yeah, seriously, democracy is just basically wearing a suit. It's dictatorship wearing a suit and taxation, whereas dictatorship is wearing a military uniform and death.
So it was supposed to be a republic, right? Is that what you're saying, Keely?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well,
It's not supposed
whatever it
to.
is,
You
they
are a
priced out.
republic.
Whatever it is, we're not. Whatever it is, they priced out the middle class. Either rich or you're poor.
Remember to pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America?
To the republic for which I stand.
Yeah. Where'd the republic go?
Well, it was sold out, right? Now we're all, what do you call that? Now they're all corporation states, right?
I thought you were going to say Italians.
No. Really just sucks. It does. I'm being serious. They priced out the middleman.
Yep.
Yep.
There was no accident, Neil.
Yeah, I know.
And the
I know, it just
Pledge of
sucks because
Allegiance
it's grueling.
was made by Frank Bellamy, who was a socialist.
Right.
Why are we even having an after show at this point in the day? Surely this should be the bit where it's no longer being recorded.
Because Nathan's computer is working ace, so we're getting some extended time.
Ah, so he must have fixed all its gremlins.
They still got things going on. No, but we had two things we had to cover. Tinfoil Hat Man had his great, not camera work, telescope work. And then we had to do dumbass Dave Weiss and the whole Mo, Larry, and Scurvy crew that don't know their ass from their elbow.
Mo, Larry, and Scurvy crew. You got to identify who these people are. Who's Mo?
Well,
Who's Larry?
We know who Scurvy is, right? Scurvy's jeering. Mo has got to be freaking Dave Weiss. And Larry's got to be shits at 20.
Why is he not gold chits at 60?
He dropped his IQ. He doesn't know the difference between nouns and verbs.
Because I noticed that you were calling him shits at 40 for a while, and I was like, why is he calling him that and not 60?
Nathan called him shit at 10 the other day. I said, drop him 10 more?
Do you reckon you can have a negative IQ? Because, like, in theory, you can. Negative numbers exist in theory, but in practice...
It's a quotient, so you can't get a negative.
No, Nathan explained it the other day.
I know, but you can have -3 ice creams, though, right?
Yeah, you can have -3 ice creams, but the way in which the quotient's calculated, it wouldn't allow a negative number to be
You can't have -3 ice creams, you perk.
Can in maths.
Yeah, only in maths.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But in that formula, the way it's calculated, you attribute a score. So you'd have to get a minus score, which is impossible in the scoring system.
Yeah, but they can have -3 ice creams. They can have -3 ice creams, so that we must be able to negative.
Hold on. You called him a Burke. That was the way you said that. That was friggin' hilarious. You Burke. Right. And then I was waiting for Adam.
It bounced off me. That was not an insult. That was just a comment on what I'd said.
Yeah, but to be fair, the word Burke's it's like a non-offensive insult. You can't be offended by being called a Burke. It's more jovial than offensive.
Yeah, I like the word Burke. It reminds me of the word pillock. That's not a word you hear often. That's an English word, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pillock.
I don't think you can be offended by being called a Burke, but I'm sure somebody...
The only Burke I know is
who's
Jimmy
calling
Burke.
you. What about if someone calls you a plum and you know that person is not
That's
stupid?
what I was thinking exactly, Brian.
That would cause a rage.
Burke sits below plum for definite.
It does.
It's not as high as you dozy wazzock.
Yeah.
You twerp.
I suppose being called a Burke between friends is a compliment, because it's like, yeah, you got that wrong, but let's not make a big deal out of it.
That's how I did it.
Yeah. That's how it was meant.
What about Dozy Duffer?
I think you just made that one up.
No, I come across that because I was looking up English friggin' insults, and I come across that one.
I think a lot of
it could be regional.
I think a lot of the insult is to do with how it's said rather than the word itself. Because like you can really say a word nasty and sinister and say the same word but in a polite tone, and they mean you can take it like the dogs. Like they don't understand the words that I use, but they understand the tone that's used. So when I'm chastising them, I can be saying how much I really, really love them, but say in a nasty way, and they know that they're being told off, not because of the words, just the way you say it. And it's the same with insults. If I call someone a fucking Burke, then that could be really rude and offensive. But if you say it in a nice way, it doesn't have the same effect.
No swearing.
Well, yeah, but it depends on who's saying it. Let's just say if Adam called you a plum and he meant it, right? And you knew Adam, and you knew Adam is not stupid and not a plum. So you know that when he calls you one, that he means it, and you know he means it. That's going.
Can anybody be offended by being called a plum? I don't think anyone can be, can they?
You can't can't say that viciously, can you?
No, because
it depends on who's. As I said, if Adam calls you a plum and he means it, then you should be offended. Or if you understand who Adam is.
But I don't know why is plum a slur from Adam?
Because Adam is not stupid. He's anything but stupid. So when Adam calls you a plum and he means it, he is calling you an absolute idiot. And because Adam is not an idiot, people will absolutely believe him.
Wow.
But that doesn't mean that I can be offended by being called a plum even if Adam says it, because I'll just let it go over my head because it's like it's a non-offensive slur.
Depends on the context.
Well, you don't know Adam.
It depends on the context, right? And the way he says it, his voice inflection.
Well, go on then. Say somebody give me the plum in the nastiest way possible.
He said, "Come on, Brian, you're being a plum."
Yeah.
Well, don't be a plum.
And he knew the way he was saying it. It'd be like it's like if I said, go away, you idiot, or you're an idiot. That would be the difference. You're an idiot. that means that you're a complete dope. Do you know what I mean? It depends on how you say it.
I don't think anybody can use the word plum in its nastiest way, and then somebody else can then be offended by it because it's not a word that you can say nasty.
Yeah,
Well, I
but
have
he
evidence
said
to the
it at the
contrary.
end. Hold on. He
You
said
have
it
to
at
put the F
end.
word in front of it, plum.
Holy shit, shut the fuck up. Oh, no swearing.
No swearing.
He said at the end of like a really nasty rebuttal to Brian. Like he's telling Brian off, basically. And at the end, he rolled right into it. Like, how the hell could you even come to that conclusion, you plum?
Have Neil and
that.
Have Neil and Anthony been feeding back this whole time?
Yes.
Oh, it's because
Thanks for your mic discipline. Good job, I'm back.
Brian, call Adam a plum back now.
Context, everything. It doesn't matter if he calls him a plum now. It wouldn't mean anything.
I don't think anybody could be offended by being called a plum.
It depends on the context. You don't have to even use a word. You could just leave a gap.
Well,
you complete.
Let me do it.
If you've just done something stupid and I say you complete, you're expecting a word. I don't have to give one, but the intonation without even using a word is that you're a complete something, right? Well, we all know, depending on the context, what that word could be, and don't even have to use it. Plum, you could put in any word. Waffle, doesn't matter.
No, I disagree. Because that's why I chose plum. Yeah? Because it implies you're not stupid, but at the moment you're being stupid for some reason, yeah? I wasn't implying anything worse or more about the person than that. Yeah, that's why I chose that term. But I said you're
so that's like a temporary condition.
It's like Burke, though, isn't it? It's like you can't be.
No, you have to be smart enough to use it in that way. Adam is smart enough to use it in that way. So when he said it to me, it infuriated me because I knew that he knew exactly what he was saying. He was basically calling me a lot more than that with just that word, right? And inferring a lot more than that, which infuriated me.
Well, I got to give you credit. You didn't seem infuriated because all you said was, now Adam's off to calling me a plum. Very calmly.
It really did. It
I
really
was
did
raging.
set the squirrel amongst the sparrows, didn't it?
And I had to stop the discussion because that's the first time I heard it. So I had to get the definition. So that was a lot of fun.
What's the
And I bet you were confused after getting the definition.
No, because you guys got these words right now. I've been around you guys for a while now, and I've heard that what I thought was just about everything. But every now and again, you guys come out with someone said, "What the hell is that?" Right?
You ever read the? Sorry, go ahead.
The term plum, the Irish equivalent of it is the word Aegis, right? And it depends on how it's used and who uses it and when they say it. It can mean absolutely nothing 1,000 times, but it's that one time when it means absolutely everything. And that's the thing. Right?
No, there's the difference, bro. I wouldn't have used the term idiot, and I don't want to mean idiot. So it's like saying you're an idiot.
I said idiot.
Well, I might, well, you're being an idiot, I might have said, not right now. That's what it's implying right now. So that's what I'm saying. You're being a plum is about right. Do you know what I mean? In terms of the level of sentiment. I wouldn't, in English, I wouldn't use the term idiot because it's too strong. I needed something a bit more stronger than Bert.
But isn't that
Egypt is not idiot?
No, I know. So that's what I'm saying. But if in English, I wouldn't have used the term idiot because it would have been too strong. So if you're saying Egypt, you whole Egypt, is the milder equivalent. I want to put it that. Now that's very friendly, isn't it? Really.
If I was going to use the term Egypt, I would possibly use it. If I was referring to you in a similar situation, I would refer to you in like the third person. I would say Adam's in Egypt. Anyway, blah blah blah. So I'd be dismissing you with that.
But I'd take that in a friendly way, though. If you said it like that, that's friendly. That's banned.
Depends on what I said beforehand.
No, if I'm a fucking idiot, then
It depends on how you
that's
say it.
that sentiment.
It depends. See,
What if
well, you
call-
calling me a
well,
plum?
wait
But
a
what just go on?
Wait a second. I used with FTFE fight the fat Egypt. What is that? How does that come across?
Well, idiot
Well,
is an
that's perfect.
offensive term, but Aegis is like a non-offensive version of idiots, as far as I understand it. Is that right?
Well, there's different levels of idiot with the word idiot. You can call yourself an idiot. Yeah, you can call someone else an idiot. You can use it in different ways, but it's perfect for FTFE because there's no better word to use. It just disarms someone. It's completely disarming. Do you know what I mean? I thought it was a perfect word because it makes him into more of a cartoon. Do you know that kind of way? You know, in a cartoon where you see a cartoon character in the old cartoons doing something stupid, right? That's an idiot. Do you know what I mean?
No, that's
that kind of
so. I did it appropriately.
Absolutely, it couldn't be more appropriate.
I fell right into that one.
I've just looked it up. Right, I've just looked
when
at
Yosemite
Sorry,
Sam
just one
says
sec.
it, darn it, shit.
From the definition I just looked up, it's connecting it to how we term plum, as in straight up plumb stupid, is where it's come from, as far as I can ascertain etymologically. But plumb meaning straight up stupid, that's what it means when you use it in their context that it was used by Adam. So where the Aussies would just say that's straight up stupid, you can say don't be a plum, which is to say don't be straight up stupid about this. So when you say idiot is too strong a term, you're saying don't be a plum, which means don't be stupid
about this. Well, being a plum about this relates to the thing, not the person, the topic at hand.
Yeah.
Good situation you're dealing with, not the individual as a whole.
Well, Brian's still not getting over it, so let's move. We moved on from plum.
I tell you what, John.
Egypt.
How many people have been insulted? And I've insulted one person once, and look at the rebound it has.
That is a fair point. Adam's done one little minor slur, and look at the conversation.
Hardly. We spent the whole show critiquing David Weiss. I hate that, you know. Anybody got any comments on that, right? The fact that I have to go through that video and have nothing but criticism for Dave because the guy has managed, he's figured out that all he has to do is sit there. I credited you, QE. I was like, he's figured out that QE's advice is right. Just let them open their incoherent pie holes, right?
Yep.
Well, that's what that guy was doing with David Weiss.
Yeah.
Pitiful state of affairs that we find ourselves in.
That was stupid.
It's pathetic.
Like, he turned it into scattergunning himself, mostly because he just didn't really preface what he was doing properly, and then ending up like copying the Globe's thing. But without putting it in the proper context, he didn't actually use it. He just put it down. And
He
thus
couldn't close
arguing
out.
against himself.
He's regurgitating both sides of his false dichotomy script that he's honed from having people put certain globe earth arguments to him. So he repackages them with both sides of the argument so he can put across the position to take it apart. Almost like how they would utilize a straw man, but not necessarily with a straw man, although it strictly would be if he's getting it wrong. But my point is that he's taking the arguments he'd typically get over the course of his debate and then repackaging them with beginning, middle, and end, both sides of the argument, within his control.
Yeah, he was debating himself. He's playing good cop and bad cop at the same time.
Yeah, he sets it up to steelman them, and then doesn't use the steelman. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with describing their position, but what he then does is describe their position very well, and then forgets the punchline.
Right, that's exactly what I tried to describe. Like, he conjures it up, but then he doesn't use it properly. So it's crazy. He just ends up against himself.
It's like a toddler with a chainsaw.
Well, the Horizon one was a great one, wasn't it? No, where can you take him? No, what Dave decides to do is go, no. This is what the Horizon is. And it's the Rayleigh criterion. You got it, mate. So even if he is right, he's not dealing with the issue at hand. Even when he can put an explanation to something, he's not destroying the ball. All he does in that instance is confuse the listener and make the bloke go, oh, yeah, okay, mate, that didn't address anything. I still believe the horizon is the leading edge of a ball. You've not addressed that in the slightest. But thanks for the detail about Rayleigh.
But yeah, do we find it to be a sad state of affairs that I don't find myself with an angle on the guy who should be attacked? He's making a fool of Dave, but based on our critique of it, he's got absolute justification in doing so. So I've got very limited angles to actually attack the Jake or whatever his name was. What was his name again? Tyler. Yeah. What angles am I left with to attack him with if he's not saying anything?
Well,
he's not had to make a claim, has he?
Say to QE. What's that?
So he's not had to make a claim. All he did was give a few bullet points, right, about what are the strong points of Earth, and then Dave's just gone, okay. But him himself, unless, I know that's edited, but he's not made a claim. Dave's made them all for him to either agree with or just hand wave dismiss as anything to actually have to address, because he doesn't have to address anything because he's not made a claim.
I mean, the slim angle I was left with was him uttering the word elliptical. That was it. That was all I had to get my teeth into. I mean, we'll carry on with it tomorrow. I think it's a worthy video to cover in its entirety. Brian obviously wouldn't want to cut it off now, I know.
No. I'm about to say something to QE, actually, concerning it. Well, I'll say it after Adam, if Adam has something to respond to you there, Nathan.
I might have missed it, but at the beginning. But did Dave ask Tyler when? Because I think the first point was gravity. Which type of gravity?
No.
Wow.
And the problem is when you can't close out gas pressure without a container, it's a sad state of affairs.
But
there's only one type of gravity, though. Why would he ask what type of gravity?
Because there are easy wins to set up the psychological battle. And when they bring up gravity, easiest one to get them off balance straight away is just say which one, Newtonian or Einsteinian. I mean, you can throw in more.
Don't give them that.
You can throw in more. Yeah.
No, you don't give them that. Which type of gravity? You don't give them both. You have to have them state them.
Okay.
Exactly.
Either way,
you asked them to define it.
No, I'm not interested in a description from them. I'm interested in showing them that I know more than them straight away, and I'm going to put them on the back foot. Yeah. So that's the first question you ask. Which type? What are you on about? Which one are you describing? They're going to go bollocks, and they're now in a quandary. Which way to go?
Oh, I'll tell you what, I've compromised so many ballers with that simple question. Which type of gravity? What do you mean, which type? Isn't there just the gravity type? And then I said, really? Because I got that citation from NASA that says there's two types of gravity. So they're destroyed right from the get-go. Exactly. You got it.
I'm going to lay some criticism on QE's door. Go on, Nathan.
I was just going to say, how would you put that in critique of the video we've just watched? How do I lay that at the guy's door when Dave's the one bringing up gravity rather than debunking it?
Dave picked one for him. You get my point? Yeah. Dave picked it for him. So he could knock it down. He kind of went and didn't, did he? Oh, it didn't move.
So we got something more interesting on the deck. We've got criticisms of QE being aired live. So this is some meaty. There's some real meat. This is going to get zesty. So I want to hear these criticisms from Mr. Two Oxygens. Go ahead.
I often get H2O and CO2. I put the two in the wrong place at the end.
Adam didn't even get, you Jedi mind tricked Adam. Adam didn't even catch on to it when Brian said the other day, H2O with 2 oxygens. Good job, Adam. Where'd you go to pharmacy school? Tuco Community College in Tobago.
Well, you assume when somebody does that it's a slip, not that they're a chemistry spastic.
He did it twice.
Well, you know.
Sorry, I'm missing the nuance. H2O, 2 oxygens.
Yeah, H2O is 2 hydrogens, 1 oxygen.
Yeah, I mix it up, Nathan. I mix up H2O in my head with CO2. I don't mix up the gases. What I mix up is where I put the 2. So
I'm more
CO2 is 1
concerned that
carbon,
Adam
2
not catching
oxygen. 1 second. H2O is 2 hydrogen, 1 oxygen. CO2 is 1 carbon, 2 oxygen. So
and when you mix them, you get a fizzy drink.
Yeah, I mix it. Well, I get a fizzy drink in my brain. I mixes them up.
You like how I
the QE?
Hold on. Do you appreciate how I turned that on you and turned the tables on you before you can even get your point out?
Yeah, well, I'm expecting it. I'm not expecting it to be a smooth transition.
Right. So if I'm in a discussion again with an opponent, you might use that again. It's just a little pointing out you're wrong. Yeah. So you can take a higher ground, give yourself more advantage in the debate. Yeah. Because if every time you're saying things and the opponent's picking you up, that's fine. I'm going to do it to Brian. Even if it doesn't a third time.
You're slipping, Adam.
No, there's a difference.
You're sharper than that.
Thanks, Adam.
No, there's a difference. If somebody says to somebody saying something you disagree with, right? Actually, fundamentally, to them saying something that you think, that's a misspeak.
Not a misspeak. He did it twice.
I would pick the misspeak up against an opponent in a debate, but I wouldn't do it here.
It's equivalent to begawk.
You're slipping, Adam.
It's equivalent to begawk. Let the bomb
stop flying.
All right, can we get to the criticisms?
Yeah. Now, this is also a compliment, right? It depends on how you take it, right? But I'm going to criticize.
Sandwich.
It sounds like that.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I've gotten plenty. Hold on, Brian. I've gotten plenty of shit sandwiches in my life, so I'm all over this. Go on.
Open wide.
You should have had, considering it's you, and you should have listened to yourself and gave a bit more thought before you came out with the black swan argument. You should have copyrighted that down, nailed it down to being yours and yours only. Because when the flat earthers got a hold of it, just like David Weiss earlier, as an example, they F it directly up, whether on purpose or just through stupidity. They literally can't understand it. Not all flat earthers, but unfortunately we have a majority out there. Obviously the people on this show and listening and are part of the audience, you can say basically the majority of them totally get it. So I'm not talking to you people. I don't mean it that way. I don't mean it as an insult to the audience. But I'm talking about all those outsiders, the numpties, they get lost in arguments with ballers about refraction, blah, blah, blah. Whereas if you kept that purely for you, as much as possible, it would have been difficult, but they would have all wanted to hear about it more and learn about it more because it wasn't something they could just have. You gave it something to them free. You gave them a weapon. You gave them a chainsaw. And they were all babies in some way, if you understand. You gave them a weapon that was too powerful for them. They didn't understand it. The bazooka fired backwards. Do you know what I mean? Blew up their own house. Do you know what I mean? Hot shots type stuff. That's what happened. As opposed to Top Gun, you got hot shots.
Yeah, but what could I do? I mean, I could say it in name that it's mine and don't ever use it, but that's not what I am or who I am. And what would it mean anyway? They're just words.
Yeah, I still think you should have done better. Yeah.
How would I have done it? If this is copyrighted, you can't use it, right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to give you a criticism while also saying there was nothing really you could do about it except but just making the point.
a thoroughly disappointing critique, Brian. I was looking forward to that.
Yeah, people were listening.
Didn't
you came out? Wait a second, you interrupted a few times. Well, I got a couple criticisms of QE. That perked everyone's ears up because if you got the goods on the paterfamilias, then that's it.
They didn't want it, QE. I remember I was still in Iron Realm and I brought it and I was buzzing. It's like, wow. Yeah. And I did the presentation. That Cammy, they just rolled on, just moved on. It was a very odd. And then after, they weren't interested in it. I don't know why.
You know why now?
No, I still don't know why. Whether I can't differentiate whether
Because
they still
it
don't
kills the
understand it
ball.
or they didn't want to use it because it's so powerful. And I
That's what
don't
I'm
know
saying.
why.
It kills the ball.
Well, I can't speak to motivation, but I can speak.
There's no ether involved.
That wobbly bit could have been ether around the cranes. You could have got ether in around there, couldn't you?
I don't think that you can drag yourself down to the immaturity level to understand why they didn't. And it's not in you because it's so outrageously, pathetically juvenile, immature that it's almost barely encapsulated with language. Do you know why that they didn't do it? I know why.
Why?
I can't speak to that. I just know they didn't.
You don't know why they didn't recognize it?
Too difficult to understand?
Nope.
Why?
No.
Who'd it come from?
Came from you.
Came from you.
They didn't openly hate you at that point. Arwin, they did.
Oh, yes, they did.
No,
Yeah,
they
but
didn't.
Jaron,
No.
hold on. Jaron uses it. I've heard Jaron use it. He praises it.
He has no choice. He can't not use it, Neil. When it comes up, he can't not use it. It would be so obvious if he makes a point of not using it. If there is no better argument at that point, he can't deny it. Do you know what I mean? He just can't. It's like someone in America back in the 80s who hated the communists, but they really liked one of those communist handguns. Do you know what I mean? Because it was really good or something like that. Do you know what I mean? You can't, or something made by Russia. You can't deny if it's the best made something that it is.
But that took some time. If you remember correctly, there was war declared. Yeah. Remember?
Yeah,
then I loaded onto a police action.
Yep.
That was back in the beginning. Don't you remember that, guys?
I remember a lot of arguments about refraction.
No. It was war declared by some, how would you want to say, Yeti believer. Yeah.
Oh, are you talking about female?
So why don't they want to use the argument? Because of you.
Yep.
Why? Because of you.
What? Because I'm me.
That's a crap argument for why they wouldn't want to use it.
It's not a crap argument. It's 100% true.
Yeah, it might be crap, but it's true.
I disagree.
Well, you could disagree all you want.
I would say it's more nefarious. It's not petty. It's as a.
I would
wait till you've got a.
I'd agree with that.
You've got a mouthful of sandwich or something. So.
Ritz cracker. Sorry. Yeah, I would say it's more nefarious.
Yeah, but I would say what you're saying and what QE is saying are both correct. It's like they don't want to use it because it's coming from him. Sorry, Greg. One.
No, that's right. It doesn't have to be one or the other. It could be both. Go on.
What's nefarious about it?
Yeah, and just.
Why would you? I've got no problem with somebody not understanding something, but why would you not? Yeah, pursue something that everybody else is talking about. Why would you not put that in your armory? Why would you, almost in a way, demean it by not being able to cite it properly? Yeah, these are the things that are noticeable. That when it is used, it's used in the most retarded, incorrect way. It's not used as laid out in the modus tollens. Yeah, there isn't that understanding. Now, like I say, if you're a flat, it's not the hard. I know ballers have struggled for 3-4 years, but realistically, guys, it's not the hardest thing to grasp. No, we can mock. Yeah. So if you were serious, you'd be using it, and what you wouldn't be doing is making a pig's ear of it.
Even one of the people that were assisting me in this conspiracy, even he demeaned it. And at that time, he was part of the Globe Dumpsters crew, not the direct crew, the little ancillary group beneath him.
Yeah, so I'm involved with the Iron Realm guys that are involved with all that side as well. Cammy's part of the Iron Realm side, so Zach, but then they're in the same house as Bob. You know, I'm just blanked. I remember going to Josh, because we had a bit of a falling out there, and then I've come back, and I'm saying to Josh, do you remember that? That was part of me thinking, what the flip's going off in my relationships here, right? And Josh said, yeah, it was very odd, Ad. We always comment on presentations afterwards, and everybody just moved on. And that includes Savage as well. Yeah, it was very odd.
What did you do, Adam? Like, you laid it out and they just rolled right past it. What was your response at that moment?
You know me, I'm polite. Do you know what I mean? And you don't think there's anything bad at that point. But on reflection, I might have said, and then when I spoke to Josh, you know, you can feel, yeah, it was odd. Because that's not how we did things. If you bothered to do a presentation, at least talk about it when it's finished. But still up, I assume.
Yeah.
Look, type in Black Swan Iron Realm. Go and look at what happens after I finish the presentation. You know,
I'm going to try and find that.
Oh, sure.
But my direct opinion on it is that they didn't like it simply not because it's coming from QE. But what does QE represent? He represents taking away the thing that they're trying to manipulate into being their own. He's taking out all their power from underneath him. Whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever agenda they have, and they do have an agenda. Whatever it is, it involves them being in control of the thing, or messing the thing up on purpose, one or the other, whichever one it is. The point is that that was something that wasn't theirs. They didn't come up with it. They never even listened to anyone even mentioning it beforehand, because that was mentioned, the horizon was mentioned back in 2015, but it was always pushed away. But then when QE brought the Black Swan 5 years later, brought the Black Swan, and with the logical consistency argument with it, involving the mathematics of the globe, they didn't want that. They didn't want that at all, because it took away from the power they perceived themselves to have. That's the least.
And they know he was attached to, and they know you were attached to Nathan too. So when Nathan went on Globe Busters and straightened out Bob and his whole scientific nonsense of an experiment that he had with a gyroscope, they weren't going to accept the Black Swan.
You guys are guilty by association. How does that make you feel?
The Black Swan. Sorry. The Black Swan.
The English guys. Nathan, Adam, got them banished.
The Black Swan was definitely a defining moment for my wife and I.
That's what I'm saying. And Adam lays it out beautifully, I'm sure. And how does that not like, oh, shoot. They're done. Because that's what I first said.
What QE's pointing out is, as a consequence of pride, association with Quantum Eraser or me is detrimental to Adam getting acceptance of a really cracking argument. It's a sad state of affairs, right, QE?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we got a bunch of treasonous, treacherous traitors, and they've been here for a while. I felt them back in the day. I told you guys about it. I didn't name them, but you knew who they were. It wasn't a mystery wrapped in an enigma.
Ranty was one of those, yeah.
Ranty.
Oh, well, nah, he wasn't. Nah, he was
No?
harmless. He was harmless. He's not part of that moron Globe Dumpsters gang now. But I felt him immediately. It was a gut thing. Remember when I told you that he should be hung by a friggin' yardarm? Remember that?
Before we get on to his character,
I do.
just on that, that's interesting. So Ranty was part of this side of things and continued to be after the spat with Nathan, but he was still welcome over there, and they still used his pictures, panda boats, and things like that. Bob would still use that.
Yeah, that's interesting. You're right. He was still welcome over there, but he wasn't part. He was never officially even a sub part. You know what I mean? It was sort of a creepy
He was on
thing.
every day for a good while, mate. It was a big part of the early shows, his work. Yeah, he was. If you were ever going to group him with anyone, it's with not even necessarily me back then. He was Tony's best mate for a bit. You know what I mean? If you were going to be grouped with anyone, it'd be with the flat Earth debate side.
Yeah, that's where you get grouped. Don't forget, Ranty wrote the book on refraction.
Yeah, no. He wrote the book on flat Earth optics.
Oh, is that what he said? No, he said refraction, didn't he?
No, flat Earth optics.
He wrote the book on flat Earth optics.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he happened to sit on a show where Life is Short went through the book he wrote on optics. So that's Ranty doing it.
Are we still recording, Nathan?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we don't want to hear you gushing about how great your life is. We're into really important stuff.
Like you might want to. It's very interesting.
He's going to kill this show, so I'm going to do it for him. Right, with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and Cheapest Panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a member, letting Tyler know and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!